Some respect on my name.
Why?
There you go.
No, okay.
This is, I know this is not an important thing like house or whatever you guys want.
Yeah.
But is there a? Do you have like a card reader for those cards in Canada?
Dean has it at home. He doesn't have it here.
Oh shoot!
Yeah.
I should have said something yesterday. Okay.
next skiers that come out will be.
Okay, next guy's gonna be our guy. I'm gonna roll the opener here.
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen. We are back for our final day here at the 2024 Canadian Open. Beautiful Slalom Park has been delivering amazing scores all weekend long out here for our junior skiers. We had one preliminary round on Friday, one preliminary round on Saturday. Top 4 skiers in each event qualified for the final round, which we will be seeing in just a few minutes. First division that will be on the water will be the boys U17 Slalom. So sorry about that. Made a little bit of an error when I spoke about the order of competitors. First division up is the under 21 men's slalom, and our skier on the water is Lucas Panette. Looks like coming out 55K on the 16-meter line. So Lucas having a great tournament, another jump over 60 meters in the jump event, tricking over 8,000 points. If we look at his 2 preliminary rounds, came in with 3 buoys at 11.25 meters, 38 off. Really a sensational overall performance in the preliminary round. He's going to look to repeat that here. So we're going to speed the boat up. That was 55K. We're going to come back at 58K, 16 meters. So last year, winning score in this division was 2.5 at 10.75 by Evan Kraus. Good right now on the water. 16 meters, 58K. This should be apologize, 14 meters, 14.25 meters, so came out 14 meters, 55K, is now at 14 meters, 58K. Third pass will be 13 meters. Shot of our boat crew there. Both of our boat drivers are in the boat this morning, so behind the wheel looks like Trent Finlayson, boat judge Russ Dixon. And a nice shot of this replay here for Lucas. So looking at this event last year, he's stepped up into the U21 division this year. He was in the U17 division last year. Came in with a score of 2 buoys at 12 meter in the final. So qualified for this final round this year with over a pass more than he had last year. And you can really see that's a testament to the hard work he's put in the off season. Let's see what he can do here at 13 meters. We're getting a little bit deep out of ball 2, but seems to have recovered here. He's going to need to stay calm and patient, and he's settled back down around 5. So 6 buoys, 13 meters for Lucas Panette. First skier off the dock in this division. This is the final round, so we are looking to crown our champions and name our podium here at the 2024 Junior Canadian Open. 4 skiers in this event: Lucas Panette, Ty Meeker, James Bryans, and Evan Kraus, our defending champion. Evan running a very impressive 4.5 buoys at 10.75 yesterday to earn that top spot into the finals. So, just looking at how this event has progressed over the years, looking at the cut last year for the men, it was 3 at 12 meter. Which was Carter Lucas. Now we step up into this year's competition, and it was 4 buoys at 11.25 meters. So these guys have pushed this division almost a full pass down the course, which is just amazing to see. It's year after year, you just come here, you get to see the hard work these guys put in. And, Shalom Park tends to be that one of the pinnacles of the summer, just with the timing of this event, as well as how well this site is set up and the conditions that it delivers year in and year out. But super cool to see year over year how those scores kind of change and evolve. Here he goes, 12 meters. He ran this in the preliminary round. He's going to look to get a nice strong score started off here for his overall, the favorite here in the overall event. And he's looking good at 12 meters. He's got the handle a little high around 4. Needs a big turn and a pull to 6, but he gets it. Great skiing from Lucas Panette, really stepping up into that next level. You can see dialed in running the 12 meter. We're going to be coming back 11.25 meters next. He got 3 buoys in the first round. Looking here, actually, as I look back, just pulling up the previous results here from the 2022 and the 2023 Junior Canadian Open. Does look like Evan Kraus is our two-time defending champion and coming in here as a top seed again, looking to take that title for the third time in a row. So quite a run of tournaments here for Evan Kraus. But right now, our first slalomer in the men's U21 division, Lucas Panette, he's at 11.25 meters, 38 off. Preliminary round, he scored 3. Let's see what he's got. A little bit of slack out of 1. He's out in round 2. Can he get a pull to 3? He does get a pull to 3. And it's going to look like a full 3 buoys for him, tying that score in the preliminary round. I think that's his best score of the season, at least that I was able to find online, looking at that dynamic world ranking list. So, such a great tournament for him. He's obviously put the work in. I think he was battling a few injuries last season that seemed to be behind him. And, yeah, with that bill of health, he's really been able to push things here. And 3 buoys at 11.25 is a great score for him. And great way to start the tournament, and I'm sure that kind of woke the boys up on the dock. Ty Meeker, James Bryant, and Evan Kraus. You know, conditions are great. Everything's set up for some really big scores today. So a great shot of the conditions there. You can see almost no wind to speak of this morning. Had a little bit of rain. Things were a little bit wet when we got here this morning. That's why I'm unfortunately in my cave here and not out in my beautiful bird's nest like I normally am. But that's okay. Not quite as beautiful a scenery as before, but still getting to watch along. Still love to be here watching some great skiing. Here in the men's U21 division, Ty Meeker will be next. Ty did compete at this event last year, scoring 6 buoys on the 12-meter line in round 1. Failed to qualify for the finals, but stepped it up this year. Improved in both score. And was able to punch his ticket into that final round, coming in with 3 buoys at 11.25. He ran 1.5 in the second round, but his highest round was that 3. So 3 buoys for him on top of that score from last year. Came in 6th place last year. He can do no worse than 4th. Came in tied with Lucas Panette with that 3 at 11.25. Lucas just tied that same score. And when we look at the scores for our final 2 skiers, both of those guys had scores deep into the 10.75, and that's going to be where they're looking to go. James Bryan's unfortunately missing his gates on his 10.75, but actually made it around 2 ball. And Evan Kraus at 4. So Ty's really sitting right now. He's got that eye on that 3rd place spot. Knows the score right now is 3 at 11.25. But anytime you get into 3, you know, he could be one of those guys who could surprise us, come out here, run that 11.25 meter line, and really put the pressure on and be battling for those top 3 spots with our 2 top seeds. Nice opening pass for him. 58K, 14.25, so 28 off, 36 miles an hour.
Let's get a little more comfortable. Yeah, I want to get me more comfortable. There's a bit of a quick start here, so let's just hang tough for a little bit.
So nice shot on the replay here. Ty making his way through his first pass, 14 meters. We'll have 13 meters coming up next. So big shout out to the province of Alberta, the city of Edmonton, as well as the city of Leduc, all sponsors of this event. And you know, not only sponsoring this event, but providing us with this absolutely gorgeous, pristine weather. I know we were a little bit nervous this morning that, you know, we might get a little bit wet, but as we can see there from that shot on the webcast, beautiful blue skies starting to appear. So it's looking in to be a great day. And right now on the water is Ty Meeker. Skiing on that LaPointe ski. Skis with Chris LaPointe, Doug Meeker, Wade Cox, and Trent Finlayson. Hailing from Illinois. He's the CEO of Sun and Sand Apparel Company. He's a pro shop manager, water ski instructor at Liquid Edge. Quite the resume for just 17 years old. But already here at 13 meters, making his way through as we watch the replay here. No troubles at all for him, starting off nice and strong. He saw that performance from Lucas Panette. 3 buoys at 11.25 is the spot that is at least more than 3 to get on the podium. Now these guys did tie in the preliminary round, so I'd have to go to the judges to see what would happen if they tied again in this round. If it would go to a runoff. And if you're watching yesterday and you know anything about me, I love runoffs, and I will always be pushing the judges for runoffs because they're the best. But Ty's not looking for a runoff. He's looking to he's gonna be looking to turn that 3 ball, get a piece of 4, and get himself onto the podium. But he's got work to do here first on the 12-meter line. So 35 off coming up next. Only 1 foot 7 inches of rope outside the buoy here at 12 meters. So that's half a meter. He's off to a good start here. Nice tight line out of 3 with a good pull to 4. He's a little down course at 4, but I don't think it's going to cause him any troubles here. No, it doesn't. 6 buoys. He's done what he needed to. He's now arrived on this 11.25 meter pass. Piece of 4 guarantees him a spot on our podium, so we're looking for any piece of ball 4 coming up on that next pass. But we still have 2 skiers left on the dock in James Bryans and Evan Kraus, and you know, if Ty Meeker can come out here, put a big score far down 11.25, or even if he can make it all the way through that pass, it's going to really wake up those boys waiting on the dock. So looking on the world ranking list, his 2-score average was actually 2.5 buoys at 11.25 coming into this event. So he does have a score, what looks like, of 3 buoys at 11.25, and he matched that previously. So did add half a buoy to his world ranking list score. So he's going to need to match his personal best here of 3 to tie the young Panette, who came out here with a very strong score. But we're going to need to see a turn at 3, a pull to 4, and that ski getting outside of 4 if he wants to guarantee him a spot on our podium today. Eyes on the water at Ty Meeker from Illinois. 38 off, 11.25. He's going to need a good start at 1. He's got a great turn at 1 here with a pull to 3. He needs to turn that ski at 3, and it's going to look like a full 3 buoys. You could see, just said I was right there, and absolutely, Ty, you're correct. You were there. You're knocking on the door of running that pass, and you know you've added to that world ranking list score. You've now got 2 more scores at 3. That does move you into a tie with Lucas Panette. So I will have to see what happens with the judges because they also tied in their preliminary round. So I did hear a rumor that ties were going to go back to the preliminary round, but they have tied there as well. So there is a chance that we will see Ty Meeker and Lucas Panette again to run off for that 3rd place spot. Potentially, but, you know, score at 11.25, never easy for anyone to make. And these guys have really put the pressure on. You know, we saw both James Bryans and Evan run through the entire 11.25 meter pass, but that's never a guaranteed pass. It's super short rope skiing, and as we get a look on the replay there, Ty getting a little bit deep out of 3, and you can just see this is where things kind of went wrong for him at 4. He was a little narrow, and he just clipped that buoy on his way by, and you know he wasn't just such great shape there, just came up a little bit short on ball 4, but he's right knocking on the door of running that pass. And as I was just saying about James Bryans and Evan Kraus, like it's never a guarantee for those guys to get all the way through that 11.25. First skiers on the dock, off the dock, have done a great job putting the pressure on and forcing them to deliver. So James Bryans of the United States is coming out next. engineering student at ULL. Started competing at age 4, so 16 years of competitive experience for this young man, and had an opportunity to sit with him at dinner last night, and you can tell he's just a huge fan of skiing, and he's got that passion. We were just kind of sharing ski videos and stuff and talking, and just a great guy, loves skiing, great passion, trains at Travers Ski School, so he's super appreciative of the Travers crew and all that they've done for him. But right now on the water, James Bryans making easy work of that first pass, which was 13 meters, 58K. So already starting at that one pass shorter. So already coming in, pass number 2 is going to be that 12-meter pass. And I will shout him out here on this, on the webcast. Showed me a clip of him at 43 off, slippery slaloming. Pretty legitimate boat path. Score of 3 buoys. And for anyone at home who slippery slaloms, which is just when you go out on your trick ski through the slalom course at a slower speed, little fun thing us skiers like to do when we're bored. And yeah, showing me a video. I was questioning the boat path a little bit as we were going in, and he showed it to me. And you know what? I approved of the boat path. It was a legitimate score, 3 buoys. 43 off, 975. But right now, he's got some real slalom skiing to do. 12 meters, 58K. He needs to run this pass. Right now, the lead is 3 at 11.25. Came in with a seed score of 0 at 11.2. At 10.75. You know, but then we look, and we talked about that significant score that those earlier skiers, James Bryans had that score of 0 at 10.75 in round number 1, and round 2 actually going down around number 1 at 11.25, so a half a buoy at 11.25. So we said, never a guarantee here. He's capable of doing it. He's got the skill. I mean, as we watch the replay here and watch him move through this 35, no trouble at all. You know, he's a tall skier, uses his height to his advantage. Nice and smooth here through 35, making that D3 ski work. No troubles through this 12-meter pass, and he knew he needed to do that, and he's got 11.25 next, so turning 3, a piece of 4, that's going to guarantee him no worse than second. But he's going to be looking to challenge Evan. I know these two are good buddies. They go to school together. They train together, and that always leads to the best rivalries when you're competing with your best friend. So I know that he's looking to go out there. He's looking to put a big score on the board, and you know, running 11.25 is what he's going to need to do if he wants to put the pressure on the young man standing on the dock. Does have a world ranking list average of 2 buoys at 10.75, a personal best or a highest score of this year of 3. He's off to a good start here. A little bobble at number 1, and he's a little bit down course here at number 3. So he's got work to do here later in the course. But here's where that experience pays off, and you can see the difference right there with a skier who's run that pass many, many times before. As I look through the world ranking list, he's got tons of scores on that 10.75, and you could just see that experience paying off there. You know, not the smoothest 38. I think the one he ran in the prelims was a little bit smoother. You can kind of see at a 1 here, gets a little bit bucked forward, has that little bit of a delay, needs to get into it, and you know, it kind of set up the rest of the pass to be a little bit scrambly, but he stayed calm enough to get it through, get it done. He is now no worse than second place. He has moved into the lead, and now he's given himself an opportunity here to really put the pressure on our 2-time defending champion in Evan Kraus. So he will be coming back at 10.75 meters. He got around. I think he scored 1.5 in the first round, but unfortunately the judges were reviewing the gates, and he ended up officially with a score of 0. So World ranking list average for him here is a full 2. So he has 1 score of 3 and 1 score of 1. So anything around ball 2, he's going to increase that score. But this is about the win today. No one cares about the world ranking list. This is about who can get it done on the day. James Bryan's 10.75, 39.5 off. Looking to put the pressure on Evan Kraus. A little bit of a wheelie at 1, but a strong pull to 2, and he's got that ski around 2, and he's out to number 3. He's got a piece at 3. It's looking like 2.5 buoys for James Bryan, so he is going to add to that world ranking list score, and he's now put the pressure on. Evan Kraus now knows he's got a turn ball 2 with a full pull to 3. A full 3 buoys is what Evan Kraus is going to need here if he wants to claim his 3rd Junior Canadian Open title in a row. Sensational skiing going on here this morning. You know, 3 skiers in, 3 skiers right around that personal best mark. And oh goodness, watching on the replay there, James getting a little bit tied up in the rope. I can't actually see down to the dock. I hope he's all right there, but you could just see him getting a little bit tangled in the rope as he fell there. A bit of an awkward fall. So hopefully James is okay. Maybe get another shot of it here on the replay. You see that rope kind of between him and the ski, and it just comes out under that leg. So, bit of a close call there, but I think everything's all right. And we move on. This is our top-seeded skier in this division. This is the 2-time Junior Canadian Open champion. Did anyone think I was going to say 2-time? Shout out to Dano the Mano. Noise of the North. But Evan Kraus, hometown boy, he skis out here, he coaches out here. He's helped his grandpa build some of the structures out here, knows this lake literally like the back of his hand. And when I say he had a good performance yesterday, I really mean it. Was such a great start at his 10.75, going down around ball 5 and tying that personal best score of 4.5 buoys at 10.75. But he's knocking on the door here. That's what he's looking to do. He's looking to take that title, and he's looking to run a 10.75 for the first time. And he's put in so much time, so much dedication. It's just amazing to see how his scores have evolved through the years. And, you know, looking at the 2 scores from last year, he ran a 3 and a 2.5. On the 10.7. This year, 4.5 and 1.5. So you can see he's moving that average down the lake. Trying to find his results from 2022 to compare. 1.5 and 2.5. So you can see pushing that barrier is getting farther and farther down that 10.75 line, and he's given himself all these opportunities to run it, and that's really what a skier needs to do. 10.75, 39.5 off. Such a short rope. The margin of error is absolutely minuscule. You know, we talk about, James Bryan's just going out there getting 2.5. There's a 2-foot 5-inch deficit, which is 3/4 of a meter from that rope to the buoy on the 39.5-inch pass. And Evan's just knocking on the door of running that pass any day now. But he's got some work to do to get there first. So coming out 13 meters, 58K, 12 meters coming up next. Does sound like I'm going to get a guest up here, and James Bryan's fresh off the water. Come up here and watch his buddy Evan. But here comes Evan making his way through the 12-meter pass, and these early passes are really designed to get him set up for that money pass. Awesome, so I'm joined up here by James Bryan. James, great skiing out there, man. How'd it feel?
Oh, thanks, man. It's great to be up here. Felt great, loved, as a skier, we love to be in these situations in the finals. It's what you live for, what you ski for. And I was thankful I gave my best skiing for the finals today. Had a great weekend up here so far, and I just let it rip out there. It was awesome.
Yeah, you had a great 1 and 2 there. 2 at 39, you had a great pull to 3, and we're really going for it. We did see on the replay there, you got a little bit wrapped up in the rope. You okay?
Oh, yeah, I'm good. That's a bit scary. It happens time to time, but ever since I was a kid, I've been saved me there.
Yeah.
Just making sure that rope doesn't get wrapped around something you don't want it to be wrapped around on. Just hold on.
You know, what I love to see is in the finals there, you just went for it. You kind of knew you got Evan sitting on the dock. He's been skiing so well, had such a great performance in the preliminary round, and, you know, you went out, did what you needed to do, and put the pressure on.
Yeah, that's exactly what I wanted to do. Evan's my best friend. We're competitors. I just wanted him to go out there and have to work for it. So Evan coming in 38. He's got a great start here. He's just so on it. He's skiing so well. Home sight. Making it look easy. Evan not even having to work for that 38 off pass. Little bob around 5, but nothing he's too concerned about.
And he's just been so consistent. I was going back before you came up here and looking through his scores over the last 3 Canadian Open, and you know, kind of one in 2022, he was right around that 1.5, 2.5 mark, and then last year he was at 3.5, and then this year now he's run that 4.5. Like just that consistent skiing and getting his way down the line, and you know, he's knocking on the door of taking this pass down any day.
Yep, I hope he does it here, right here in the finals. We've been talking about it all week. Either looks like he's on form right now. He's skiing a bit better than me. Glad to see it, and I just hope he can get a start going, and I hope he doesn't pull up at 3. I told him no S turns. We're going for it all weekend long.
I like the head games there too. It's good sportsmanship. But the fun part of this sport is, listen, we've got 2 guys competing here. This is a pretty big title. This is a major tournament, the Canadian Junior Open, and you got 2 best friends up here, and they're competing hard. You guys are pushing each other, but at the same time, I can feel you genuinely want Evan to ski well here.
Oh yeah, I want Evan to ski well more than anything. Like, he's been working so hard. I mean, we both have, and been putting in that work, and you just want to see them get through it. Like, it's such a big milestone to run 39, and I'm really on the edge of my seat waiting to see if he can get a start going and get out those exit gates.
And like you said, it's all about the start here. So this is the end he had for the preliminary round. Scored that 4.5.
Always a bit on the tail around the 1. He's going to need a big 2 here.
Oh no, going around 1.5. So that does mean unofficially, James Bryans, you are our 2024 Canadian Open champion. Congratulations.
Well, thank you, Stevie. It's been a wonderful weekend. Still got jump finals to come. I'm excited for that. Evan's got trick finals. I'm going to go congratulate my buddy. I'm sure he's a bit disappointed, but he's had a great weekend of slalom skiing. He got that 4.5, nearly ran it. And I just couldn't be more happy for him. Like, I'm also a bit happy that I won it.
Well,
Sorry, Evan, but I mean, I work hard too.
It was pretty interesting there. As you win, you're like, oh, dang it. It's like, you won, man. But that's honestly just shows the sportsmanship and the camaraderie you have. So thanks for coming up and interviewing with us, and congratulations, man.
Thank you, Stevie.
Yep, looking forward to seeing you on the jump ramp. Well, there you have it. Great stuff. An unfortunately early fall for Evan Kraus. He will take this 2nd place, and I've not heard official word on what's going on with 3rd, but looking down to the dock, I do not see Lucas Panette or Ty Meeker getting ready, so I'm assuming they've sorted the tie out another way that they will tell me at some point. But to stand by for 1 second, I'm going to run down, talk to our judges, and we'll be right back. The next division is going to be the U21 Women's Slalom event. Coming up in just a second.
If you've been there, you know Shuswap Ski and Board is Canada's #1 water sports pro shop. They have what's needed for an amazing, fun-filled summer, and you can take it home immediately. Shuswap Ski and Board on 58th Avenue Southeast in Calgary, on Main Street in Sycamoose, and online at skiandboard.ca. Remember, it's always summer at Shuswap Ski and Board.
I now know, got information from our judges. We went back to the rule book, we studied, and we figured out what happened with the Lucas Panette, Ty Meeker situation. So, in the final round, when two skiers tie, we go back to their backup score. They both qualified with 3 buoys at 11.25, but Ty in the second round backed that score up with a half a buoy at 11.25, and Lucas unfortunately had an earlier miss in that first round, getting 0 at 14.25 meters. So with Ty having the higher backup score, he will be our third place winner. So the podium will be James Bryans, Evan Kraus, and Ty Meeker. But now we're moving on into our women's U21 division. Soleil Stanger is our first skier off the dock. I didn't get her start speed or line length. There it is. Looks like 55K. I'm gonna say 16 meters. Looking at it, but we're gonna have to get confirmation from the judges. I can't quite see on the replay here. And so typically, I'm hearing typically starts at 52K 14 meters. So if that's what she typically starts at, we're going to assume that line does look like 14.25 to me. So we're going to assume that was 52K 14, coming back at 55K 14. And I'm joined up here by Bradley Gibbons. Bradley was out on the water this morning. How'd it go out there for you, Bradley?
So far, so good today. Got a great ski, and the water feels great out there. I have a feeling that these finals here, we're going to see some great skiing, some deep line lines. It's going to be a great day out there today.
Yeah, we just saw James Bryans take down the title there with a score of 2.5 at 10.75. So conditions great today. Score super high. He was, right in the mix there with where he wanted to be. Soleil making easy work of that 14-meter pass, 55K. Just took a second to pull up our chat here on YouTube. Silence this morning. No one out there. It's just us, Bradley. Anyone watching along at home, chime in, chat in, ask some questions, cheer on your whoever you're here to watch, and I'll try and do my best to pass along any messages that you guys have. So make sure if you're watching along on the webcast, you chat along. I know Soleil had some fans out there yesterday.
Absolutely. She's got lots of fans back home in Pennsylvania and also at T7 Waterskiing in Virginia as well. Very, very strong slalom skier, off to a good start here at the 13-meter pass. You see there, getting a touchdown course at the end, but that whole pass there, never in doubt out there.
So that was 13 meters as I get a look at that beautiful S-Line tow rope. S-Line, of course, one of our sponsors, and, delivering us these beautiful ropes. One thing I've noticed from up here that I really appreciate about the S-Line ropes is that I can see all the loops. The colors are just so vibrant, they contrast so well that even from up here in the announcer's booth, as people go by, occasionally I miss the starting speed. I'm able to, see those beautifully bright colors. And talking to our TC, those ropes come out of the box, bang on, they're homologated right to where we need them, world record tolerances. And huge shout out to S-Line ropes. Make sure you check them out.
Absolutely, and one great thing that S-Line does as well is when those ropes come for tournaments, they're already pre-stretched out, so that they have a nice stiff feel. So you're not feeling anything too bungee or new out there. It just always feels great when you're skiing behind those lines.
Yes, Lions have been pulling all of the slalom for this whole tournament, so huge shout out and thank you to them. They are partly responsible for these massive scores because, as you said, they deliver us that rope pre-stretched, dialed in every single time. And right now, coming in 12 meters, this is Soleil Stanger.
I just want to put up a big score here. Get through that if she wants to put on some good pressure. Oh, going down that ball two there, unfortunately. Getting a little caught up in that line with her ski there.
Yeah, going down a little bit hard there. Looks like she's okay. She gave us a little bit of a wave, and she's going to have to swim a little bit ways back to get the ski here. But great stuff from her, starting off with a great performance. It looks like it's going to be 1.5 on the 12-meter line. So not quite where she qualified. So she had a score of 4 and 5.5 here on the 12 meter in the preliminary round. So going down a little bit earlier than she would have liked.
Yeah, you just see it coming in the ball too. There, just that handle coming out a little bit early, that shoulder kind of dropping in, and that was where she just started getting into a little bit of trouble there.
So 3 skiers left on the dock: Dara LaChance, Sage Poppecker, and Elena Jones. Next will be Dara LaChance, who came in with a score of 1 at 11.25. Was her first time actually running through the 12-meter pass. I know she was really excited about that. And really in the first round when she ran through it, looks like someone who, had run it multiple times before. Looked super, super comfortable. So she's capable of doing it here. And she's going to be looking to put that pressure on 4 skiers in this division. 3 spots on the podium, 1 champion going to be crowned. We talked in the preliminary round, it's about making that cut, and then a few of these skiers, once they knew they made the cut, you're skiing for a score. You're skiing for that score on the world ranking list, competing with people who aren't here. Not today. Today is all about the finals. It's all about getting it done on the day and taking that title home. And, we saw James Bryans do that as well, Evan Krause came in the top seed after the first 2 rounds, but James went out, pushed a score out there, took home the title. So these early girls going off here, they're going to be looking to do the same thing. So Dara LaChance coming out on pass number 1, going to be looking to put that pressure on the likes of Sage Poppecker and Elena Jones. And obviously knowing that 1.5 from Soleil Stanger is now, that's sort of the bubble for the podium. Any full buoys of 2 at 12 meters, that's going to kind of guarantee you onto the podium. But I think that Dara has a chance here to push things down a little bit, get us another score at 11.25, and really have a chance at one of those top spots.
Absolutely, and see some of those scores in the prelims there. If these skiers don't have a good chance of putting some pressure on that top seed there, they're going to be hoping to at least get deep into that 12-meter pass, or ideally get into that 11-meter pass here.
Well, we do have a guest here on the chat, and it is actually your fellow winner of the Crystal RVC Award, Rebecca Ramsey, cheering on Dara LaChance. Rebecca works at McClintock Ski School, which Dara will be working at as well this summer. Big shout out to J-Mac. She showed up first week of work, and he let her come and leave like 3 days in to come to a tournament. It's a pretty good boss, eh?
No kidding, right?
Yeah, pretty good stuff. So luckily Dara getting some time off of work and out of the boat to be able to come here and showcase her skills for us. That first pass was 55K, 14.25 meters, so 13 meters will be coming up next.
And that's just the best part about this water skiing world, right? Having those connections and just everyone who understands what it means to be a competitor in the sport and the time it takes.
Well, and it was just the coolest thing up here to have James Bryan sit up here with me while Evan was skiing. And when Evan went down, he was genuinely disappointed. He gave like this gasp, "Oh no!" And I was thinking in my head, it's like, man, you just won. but he was genuinely dismayed, for his buddy. He wanted his buddy to do well, and he was genuinely excited for the win. This is a big title, and he did exactly what he needed to. But I just love that about the sport of water skiing, that you can have 2, competitors super close competing for a title, and the one guy disappointed when his friend falls, even though it means that he wins.
Well, I think that's just one of the coolest things about the sport too. Is like, in so many sports, you sort of see this, must-win mentality. And I think what's so cool about the sport is everyone's kind of focused just on having themselves ski well, and they also want everyone else to ski well as well, right? It's and that's what makes the sport so cool.
Well, winning is great, but you want to win against someone on their best day. Those wins always feel a little bit better when you're both pushing right to your maximum ability, and you just edge them out that little bit. But it's great to see that camaraderie, and speaking of that camaraderie, I really can't speak highly enough about the collegiate program and the collegiate skiing. Those guys skiing at ULL there, and really learning that water skiing, typically it's an individual sport. You're out there, you're competing for yourself. A lot of these guys have 3 events, but it's really it's about the individual. And in collegiate, they've flipped it on its head, and it's actually a team event. So cool to see. I love it. I think it's the most fun thing in water skiing. If you've never checked out the Collegiate Nationals, go check it out. It's a riot. But right now we have on the water, this is Dara LaChance. This should be 12 meters. Oh, and just going down there, coming into ball 2. A bit of a weird fall there. We're going to have to watch the replay to figure out what happened. A little bit of a bobble out of number 1, but looking okay at 2 and going down. I do think that is a tie with Soleil Stanger, but I do believe that she comes in with the higher seed score, so she will move into the lead. We saw that same situation with Lucas Panette and Ty Meeker. Yeah, just getting a little crushed here into number 2, and just had to pull way too long. You can see she was on that handle all the way into 5 and just got a little too much here.
Yeah, going back and looking at that gate there too, you can just see just getting a little bit on the back of that ski, and just that lack of speed starting to catch up to her there, and she had to try and make up some time there going into ball 2, and that was that was where things started to fall apart a bit there.
Yeah, so you can see she's in the water. She's a little bit disappointed. I know she wanted to run that pass. I know she's capable of running that pass. But listen, we're in the final of a major event here. This is not about getting your personal best. This is not about, getting a score for the world ranking list. This is about doing enough on the day. And she came here as the third seeded skier. She's now going to be, no worse than third place. Unofficially, of course, we're going to wait for official word from our judges on that. But, great skiing from her. She's got a few more events, I think, still to come today.
Absolutely, it's really awesome to see this good, strong skiing from everyone out here today in these final rounds here.
And it does leave 2 skiers left on the dock in Sage Popbecker and Elena Jones. So just going to pull up the preliminary rounds. So Sage ran a score of 1 at 11.25 and 1.5 at 12 meters. So super interesting here, Bradley, as we look at the scores, right? We know that Sage Popbecker, she ran through 11.25 in the first round. So we know that she's capable of doing that. We know that that's what she can do. But we look at her backup score in round number 2 was 1.5 at 12 meter. Very similar to what we saw from Dara LaChance. Dara with that 1 at 11.25 in round number 1, but then going down at half a buoy at 12 meters. So these guys neck and neck, they're so super close. So looking at Sage, she's obviously knows she's going to look to go run that 11.2 or the 12 meter like she did in the first round, get a score at 11.25, put the pressure on our top seeded skier of Elena Jones. But that 12 meter never a guarantee, and does show that both Dara and Soleil really they put the pressure on here, and no easy task here for Sage Popbecker to get on the podium.
Absolutely, there's certainly a lot of pressure riding on that 12 meter pass. That's going to be a big one here. But the big thing for these skiers too is that 12 meter is going to be on their mind right now. But they're going to be best off that they just take it one buoy, one pass at a time. They don't want to get ahead of themselves, and especially on these earlier passes where they're building their rhythm.
Well, Bradley, you're one of our top Canadian slalom skiers. Why don't you talk me through kind of your mentality? How do you take each of these passes? Do you go out there and kind of ski the way you want to ski at 39 right from the start, or do you kind of build yourself up to get there?
No, I think there's certainly some building, but I think Andy Mapple knew how it was done. He always said you want to ski your easy passes like they're your hard ones. So for me, when I'm out there skiing, I want to get that good feeling. For me, it's all about trying to have skiing that feels good, so I can feel good coming in. But I don't want to get too relaxed and start skiing different from how I'm going to ski later on in that set.
Absolutely, and hearing you say that you took that advice from Andy Mapple, I'd say it's probably good advice then.
From Andy Mapple, courtesy of Corey Vaughn, though.
So shout out to Corey Vaughn as well. I know that Soleil is out there skiing with him as well. So shout out to Corey wherever you are. But right now on the water, this is Sage Popbecker. Sage came out on the 55 kilometer an hour, 14.25 meter line, so 34 miles an hour, 28 off. And she's got her eye on that score, 1.5 at 12 meters. So a full 2 buoys. Well, actually tying at 1.5 with her backup scores would be enough to guarantee her, no worse than second. But she can put the pressure on Elena Jones. Elena did go out there. She ran 10.7, she ran 12 meters in both rounds, so she got a 2 and a 2.5. So really consistent, but 12 meters is never a guarantee. And if Sage runs all the way through here, she can really put the pressure on Elena.
And you can see too, just good strategy from Sage Popbecker with her start too, starting at that 55k, 14 meters. So right now, while not a strong breeze, just a light headwind to give her a little boost on that on this next pass here.
And she did bring me a handwritten bio yesterday because I couldn't find her bio, so I started making things up yesterday. So she came up and corrected me. So she's a senior at ULL studying nursing. She's from Morris, Connecticut. and has a personal best here of 3 at 11.25, so she could really put the pressure on here. We know our top seed came in with a 2.5, and if Sage can get up into that 3 buoy area at 11.25, she's got a very good chance to be challenging for the title. But this is 12 meter.
Good strong 1 ball there. Good 2.
There we go. She can do no worse than second. And it's going to be 2.5 for her. So she can do no worse than second with 1 skier left on the dock, Elena Jones. And, I'm sure Elena kind of taking a little sigh of a relief there, saying, the pressure's not quite as high. I don't have to get through this 12 meters in order to win. But, she did it both rounds before. She did it quite easily, in my opinion, in the preliminary round. So Elena Jones has set herself up quite nicely here in the finals.
Yeah, absolutely. But still, that 12 meters, no guarantee. She's gonna need to make sure that she has a good gate and a good start.
And this is why we see events like this. This is why when you have that top score in the preliminary round, you're going to get to go out last, and it's just you get that idea of what you need, right? She now knows if something happens at 12 meters, say, and she comes in, she has a really bad 1, and she's kind of scrambling at 2, she gets that pull over to 3. She knows she can stand up at 3, S-turn, come in, take the win. She doesn't need to turn that 3 ball where, Sage Poppicker wouldn't have had that information. She doesn't know what Elena has done, so she doesn't have that same luxury, so she has to go out there, take that turn, and of course, anytime you're turning that buoy, you're risking falling and getting that half point. So Elena had already done the work that she needed to do in the finals by getting those 2 top seeded scores, and now she gets to kind of sit back and say, hey, I know what I need to do.
Absolutely, and with the rules in place right now as well, she's going to need to ensure that she gets a full 3 to avoid that runoff situation, because for first place in the event of a tie, there's still a runoff regardless of previous seeding.
Absolutely, and that's what I'm saying. So coming into that 3 ball, she knows, like, hey, if I turn this and fall, I have a runoff, but if she stands up, she gets that full 3. She's got the win. I don't know her that well. She came up and interviewed a little bit. She's got that competitive spirit in her, so I'd be surprised to see her stand up at 3. I think it'll all be kind of how that start at 12 meter goes.
Absolutely.
So a nice shot on the dock there of her and her dad getting ready to go. And our boat crew is switched. So now Russ Dixon is driving and Trent Finlayson is the boat crew. Do they ever let those guys out of the boat, or are they just in the boat all day?
And they've been workhorses this weekend for sure. They've been putting a lot of hours in the boat, which can make for very long days. So a big shout out to them.
Our driver's working, hand in hand with one of our sponsors, Zero Off, and Zero Off being the GPS cruise control system that's in that Nautique towboat. It's making sure we get those times dialed in every single time. And I was saying earlier, I was talking to Peter Person, and we're talking about slalom times, and Zero Off is so accurate that I actually don't know what the tolerances for times are anymore. I don't know what time is in or is out, because you pretty much get a 16:08 or 16:09. Every single time you're within that tenth of a second. And literally with Zero Off, we're on the technical committee, and we probably should know those numbers, and we just haven't had to deal with that in like over a decade.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, it's pretty much always within 100th of a second. You always get great precision from those speed controls there.
So that was 55K, 14 meters for Elena Jones, and you can see why she's the top seed. You can see what a strong slalom skier she is. She is going to be starting at ULL in the fall. She's from Louisiana, so she's always skied and trained down there, and seemed very excited to get down there to ULL. I think both of her parents were Cajuns as well. I was talking to Christy Krause, and I think they all went to school together, so it's now kind of cool that their kids are growing up and going through the same thing.
Yeah, getting that next generation going in there, and ULL's they've got a very, very strong team right now. They're on quite a tear right now, and a big streak in those last couple of collegiate nationals.
I am married to a Warhawk alumni, so I am not allowed to cheer for ULL publicly. But I really like that program. I really like that team. I think they've got great stuff going on out there. And Janice, if you're watching, I'm sorry.
Hopefully she muted you already.
That's probably quite accurate. Okay, Elena Jones on the water right now. This is going to be 13 meters. She needs to run this pass, and in slalom, it's pretty cutthroat. No pass is ever guaranteed, and these are pretty relatively warm-up, easy passes for our skiers in the 14 and the 13 meters. But you still have to get it done. You still got to go out there and run all 6 buoys.
Yeah, in slalom, all it takes is one little mistake, right? You have to be so precise and so ready and have that grit. Even when you make that mistake too, how are you going to respond to it as well, right? Things happen quickly here.
And we kind of watched through here on the replay. No real troubles at all. That was such an easy 13-meter pass. And you could see maybe over skiing it a little bit. But like you said, probably going out there not really thinking of the 13-meter. She's focused on the 12 and the 11. Those are the ones that matter. And, she has those two scores, 11.25. But really, all she needs here is 3 to take that win to be our 2024 Canadian Open Slalom champion in the women's U21 division. She needs 3 buoys on this pass. So.
And, talking to you about what we talked about earlier about having that intensity in those early passes, right? That should bode well for having that good rhythm here for this 12-meter pass.
Skiing on the good XTR team edition, coached by Will Asher, Jamie Bull, and Scott Jones. Hopefully some of them are watching along at home as she comes in. This is the gold medal pass, 12 meters for Elena Jones. Our eye is on ball 3.
Just a great gate on that there.
So good turn at 2. Let's see what she does here at 3. She's around 3 to the wake. She is our 2024 Canadian Open Junior Champion. Is she going to stop? No, she's not. And we talked about that, Bradley. I asked you, I said, do you think she's going to stand up at 3? And from the little interview I had from her and that little look she had in her eye when she came up here, I was like, I don't think this girl's going to be stopping and standing up at 3. She's going to be looking to run it, and she did just that.
Yeah, and even being her offside turn as well, you saw how strong she came out of that 2 ball there. There was no doubt that she was coming in ready to attack that 3 ball there.
So she's done enough. She's already taken the title. She's got that in the bag. That's already done. She is...
For her, pressure's off now. Now it's time for her to try and get a score in.
Right. This is all just fun now. She's already got it. The pressure's off, right? The pressure's lifted. Job done. Job accomplished. What she needed was she woke up this morning. She had one goal in mind. It was to win the tournament. That's done. She now gets a free try here at 11.25.
Oh,
Okay, so we have already crowned a champion, but she's going to come back into the course, try for one more attempt here at 11.25. That's the third time that she's run through the 12. It's going to be her third score at 11.25. I'm kind of looking through the scores that I can see here, and she's got a score as high as 4.5 on this pass.
So she'll be looking here to try and get her first go at that 10.75. A little bit rough finish at ball 2 there. Ooh. Going down to that ball 3 there, but very good strong skiing to our new champion, so congratulations to Elena.
I'll tell you right now, she's just earned a fan in me. This young lady had already won the event. She'd already go out there and threw that ski around ball 3. She was going for it, right? She didn't care about the win. She knew that was already done. She was going for a score here, and such a gutsy performance for her to go out here. She's a little down course at 2. She could stand up here, but no, she kind of makes that edge change. She gets that ski out and around ball 3 and goes down fairly hard as we watch in the replay there, kind of getting a little bit twisted up. She waved right away, so we know that she's okay, but that's the kind of thing that I like to see. Those are the skiers that I like to cheer for, is the ones who are going for it like that. And congratulations to her, our 2024 Junior Canadian Open champion, Elena Jones.
And you can see there too, just looking at those scores there, a nice little bonus for her too, being able to potentially up that world ranking list average. Her next best score being at a different site, being that 2, so that extra half buoy will help to bring that up a little there.
Yeah, so 3. Her world ranking list average is 3.25, so she has a 4.5 and a 2, but that's going to be a 2.5. So as you said, she's going to bump that up that little bit. Awesome. So we continue to move on. We've already crowned 2 champions in James Bryans and now Elena Jones. But we've got more titles to hand out as we continue here in our final day here at the 2024 Canadian Junior Open. We move now into the boys U17 division. So this is Max Strilchuk on the water. Did not get his starting speed, but qualified for this event with a score of 4 at 13 meters that he got in the second round. So I believe that was 16 meters, 55 kilometers an hour, and he will be returning at 58 kilometers an hour, 16 meters. The maximum boat speed in our boys U17 division is, of course, 58K or 36 miles an hour. So 4 skiers in this event: Max Strilchuk, Louis Coulier, Enzo Christian, and Easton Graves. Easton, our top seed, qualified with a score of 2 buoys at 11.25 meters. And I haven't seen the named team for Team Canada at the Under-17 Worlds in Calgary this summer, but I believe each of these young men will be competing at that tournament. So very exciting stuff coming from Canada's junior program. Max Strilchuk, one of our up-and-coming 3-event skiers. And this is 58K, 16 meters, or 22 off. 6 buoys for him. So the field here gets a little bit spread out when we look at Max coming in with a 4 at 13. Louis qualified with 1 at 12 meter. Then we had Enzo Christian with 5 at 12 meter. And as we said, our top seed, Easton Graves, with 2 at 11.25 meters. Important to note as well, and I didn't mention it during the slalom event, which is surprising for me, but we also have an overall competition going on here. So right now in this event, both Max and Louis are competing in the overall, so they're going to be looking to, not only get one of our top podium spots in the slalom event, but possibly add to their overall score, as overall is the 4th event, which is the combination of slalom, trick, and jump. It is my favorite of the 4 events, I guess you would say. And the dedication required of these athletes, like to be proficient in skiing, each individual event takes, 2 sets a day, 5 days a week. And then you think 3 events, 2 sets a day. Tricking, you have toe tricks and hand tricks. It's 5 or 6 times on the water every single day for these guys. And just love to shout out the overall skiers. And Max out here skiing in all 3 events. He's out on the slalom ski, making easy work of that 14.25 meter pass. And I thought I was lost, my guest announcer Bradley Gibbons, but he seems to be back. Bradley, welcome back.
Good to be back. Good to see now for some more great skiing here.
The judges kick you out down there, or what happened?
I thought I had a post, but it seems my post is already taken.
Good deal. I got finished up here yesterday, and I walked down, and all of a sudden I got roped into judging all over again. I thought my day was over, and next thing I know, I'm judging slalom again.
They're just making you do it all around here, hey, Stevie?
Well, I can do it all, I can do it all. And who else can do it all is Max Strilchuk.
Yeah.
All 3 events, 14 meters in the bag. We saw him, we talked about that qualification score of 4 buoys on the 13-meter line.
Yeah, showing some good grit on that 14-meter pass there. Getting a little down course there, but sticking with it.
Holy smokes. So looking at his world ranking list average, came in with a 2 1/4 at 14 meters. So that's his 2-score average at world ranking list tournament. So it doesn't necessarily mean it's his personal best or the best he's ever done in a competition, but in a calendar year at 2 different tournaments, his average coming in was that 2 1/4 at 14.25, and running 4 at 13 meters.
Oh, strong coming out of ball 2 there.
And this is 13 meters. Oh, and he was looking in such good shape there. He was right in it, a bit of a scramble, but he was in it at 4, and you can see that little bit of a disappointment. But it's going to be 4 buoys for him on the 13 meter, and that's a pass and a bit, passing 2 buoys above his world ranking list average. So a great tournament for him.
Absolutely, we're going to be seeing a big jump in his average this week, and that's great skiing from from the young man from Saskatchewan.
Yeah, not surprised. Like, this is obviously a big season for our juniors with the Junior Worlds and stuff coming up, and Max putting in the time, and he's peaking kind of right at the right time here. And it's so fun to see in these junior events. I know my wife texted me earlier when I was talking about all the PBs and just said how nice it is for all these kids to get PBs like every time they go out. It's like PB. Jeremy Barton, I think he's skied 4 rounds and gotten 4 personal bests. So
you can see there just on that live replay there, out of that ball 4, that ski actually jumped fully out of the water at one point there.
Max, jumping is next. It's not the jump event yet. It's still the slalom event. Got to keep that ski in the water.
Doing a little mixed event skiing out here for us. A little showcase.
So great stuff for him. Listen, he equaled his seeding, or his round 2 seed score coming into here. He exceeded what we know, at least on the world ranking list, was a score, and he's now bumped that up and kind of really showed the world, hey, this is where I'm really at.
Yeah, making a big statement here at this Canadian Junior Open. He's going to be putting a lot of pressure up on these next couple guys here, with getting almost all the way through that 13-meter pass here.
Okay, so we move on to our next skier. Bradley, I'm going to give you a chance to take a stab at Louis' name because I mess it up every time.
I feel like I'm going to butcher it here. I kind of like Louis from Quebec, if I'm being honest.
I did apologize to Louis yesterday. I said, Louis, I actually practiced your name before I came, and I just can't do it. So I'm going to call you Louis from Quebec. And he said that was okay.
Louis Coulier?
That's not bad.
Not bad? Okay.
That is not bad.
That.
Yep. You're now the official announcer of Louis. But really a great kid. Super fun guy to have around. And skiing in 3 events here. He was the top-seeded slalom skier in the overall. So far he does have the 1,000 points in the overall. And with the 2 boys left on the dock. Actually, and I'm just looking at my sheet here, and I believe Enzo Christian skied. He did not trick. No tricking from Enzo Christian, so that's why he's not in the overall round. But so Louis got that 1,000 points wrapped up already in the overall. So that the good thing for Louis coming to this event is that overall isn't in his head, right? He's got the 1,000 points in overall. Overall's not something he needs to think about here. He just needs to focus on the slalom, and he came in seated in the 3rd place spot. He's going to be looking to get on the podium. Came in with that 2.5.
2.5 at 13 and 1 at 12 meters there. Looking at these next couple skiers with Enzo getting deep 35, Easton getting into 38, he's going to want to put up a big score here at this 12-meter pass.
Yeah. So came out at 55K, 14.25 meters. This is 58K, 14.25 meters. And getting a little bit down course there towards the end of the course, but 6 buoys nonetheless.
Yeah, so sorry to see just a little bit of safety turning out there. Normally for him that pass is going to be, he's got to make sure that he gets through that pass in order to get a good look at this 13-meter pass here. Yeah, good start there.
So I did get permission. I am actually allowed to cheer for ULL, but only as long as ULM is number 1. Okay, thanks, hon. And judges, if you're listening, she agrees about the no runoffs thing. Runoffs are the best. How are you a fan of runoffs, Bradley?
I'm a big fan of runoffs. One of my greatest memories is being in a runoff.
Talk to us about it.
I was at the Under-21 Pan Ams in Chile. I had just come back after tearing my MCL earlier that year, got back to skiing, made the team, and ended up in a big runoff with incredible skier Blaze Grubbs for the gold in the E21 finals, and it was my first time ever doing a cold 35 off the dock, and Blaze, I got the half at 38, and so Blaze ended up edging me out with the 1 at 38. Just incredible skier, and just an incredible memory for me. Just one of those core moments for me.
Absolutely. I think all skiers can remember those memorable runoffs. And right now, Louis from Quebec going around number 4. So that does officially mean he's going to be on the podium. And another score at 12 meters. If he gets through the gates, he does. So great stuff from him. That's really what he was looking to do. He came in with that 1 at 35 in round number 1.
Yeah, and for Louis here, he's going to be looking for a good gate, good start. The 35 off pass, he's going to want to put some pressure on these other guys here.
So he does look like he's got a score of half and a score of 2. So it does look like his score of 1 bumps his average up on the world ranking list. And the reason that we're looking at today here, as we said, these guys aren't really looking for that world ranking list score. This is the finals of a major tournament. They're going to look to do it on the day. We looked at that average just to see where that skier has been. Where are they looking to run? Where are they at? And where Louis at right now is that kind of, 1 to 2 buoys at 12 meters. So he's run the pass he wanted to run. That usually will mean the 13 meters is kind of that serious pass for him and the one that he's going to be looking to get all 6 at. He's done just that. Now he's got another opportunity to come out here, push a score down 12 meters, and, looking at Enzo Christian with a half and 5, a score halfway down 12 here could do really big things, and he's got a decent start at 1, a little crushed.
That too. Can you get ball 3 there? Getting around ball 3. I'm just up short at 4, but congratulations to Louis on that new PB there.
Absolutely, adding another buoy on to that ranking list score, and this is obviously going to be from a different tournament, so his average will move up from 1 1/4 at 12 to 2 1/2, which actually moves him from 10 places up the world ranking list. So super cool to see this dynamic list. It kind of changes week in and week out as the scores come in, and it's a great opportunity for any of you skiers at home, and where you can kind of see where you're at and competing with people. We end up in water skiing, we ski all over the world, and you don't always see or have your closest competitors right beside you, but on this dynamic list you can kind of get an idea of where you're at. And what it's shown me is just how close all these divisions are. We have kids coming and improving their scores by half a buoy and moving up 4 places on the world ranking list. Just showcases, how tight the talent pool is in the junior ranks.
And that's just it, Stevie, too. And you can even see just from the 58th place all the way up to the 30th place, their scores at 12 meters. So just goes to show how close that competition is at this level here, right?
Yeah, and how much just bumping a score like that up can make a difference. I'm going to pull up Enzo Christian here, who is our next skier off the dock, and he has a 2 1/2 average on the 12 meter. So he has a score of 3 and he has a score of 2 at 12 meter.
So that 5 yesterday being a PB for him, vaulting him up a number of spots in that world ranking list.
Absolutely, and strong jumper as well.
Yeah. 17, 647.
Yeah.
So with 5, that moves up to 4, so that moves him up into the tie for the 36 slot.
Yeah, so as we just said, you were just doing the math there, and it looks like, that 5 will move him 10 places up the world ranking list. So pretty neat stuff for him already in the tournament with that pretty big personal best of 5. And he's capable of running this and putting that pressure on Easton Graves. And Easton ran 12 meters in both of the rounds before, but we know Enzo's he's knocking on the door. He's got that score of 5, and that could be significant if he runs all the way through 12 meters. And, that sort of changes things for Easton Graves. Easton knows right now, hey, I'm the only guy who ran 12 meters. That's my job. I got to go 12 meters. I'm likely going to win. Enzo could change all that. He could go out there, run 12 meters, and, force Easton Graves to chase him.
Enzo, one of those guys too, just such a strong skier too. You see, he has pretty good form out there too, and he'll be making to take a run at that top spot there and put some pressure on Easton.
I love this. A lot of skiers didn't fill out their bio. Enzo filled out his bio twice. So shout out to Enzo for 2 bios. Skis in Saskatchewan. The Saskatoon Waterski Club. First pass was 58K 16 meters, so this will be 58K 14.25 meters. Needs to run this and the next if he wants a shot at one of our top spots.
See here too, just losing those shoulders a little bit. They're starting to settle in now in these last couple of buoys there. Just had a little bit of a hot start on that gate there.
Skis with Jim Clooney, Jack Critchley, Natalia Berdnikova, and Chris Travers. So a pretty who's who list of coaches here. Attends Aiden Brauman Collegiate, and he wants to study mechanical engineering. Lists' greatest accomplishment is jumping 165 feet at the LA Night Jam, and I'd say so. That's a big jump. 50 meters for 51.5 and a junior skier. I talked about it a little bit during the jump event. That's sort of the equivalent to the 200-foot mark as you get a little bit older. Once you get into that 50-meter mark, that's sort of that elite level of junior jumping, and Enzo's he's achieved it and he's there, and it's going to be great to see him push himself at the Junior Worlds coming up in Calgary.
Yeah, and it just goes to show the type of skier he is, the work he puts in to be able to compete at that high of a level like that. Really smooth looking gate coming into this 13-meter pass here. Nice strong ball 1. Looking good out of the ball 2 as well. And with that there, he guarantees himself at least a bronze medal in this event here. Looking really clean in the 13-meter pass. You know, for him, that's a great confidence builder coming into this critical 12-meter pass.
So I was just pulling up the scores from last year's 2023 Canadian Junior Open, and I think Enzo Christian is going to win our most improved skier from last year to this year. Unfortunately, last year we only had 1 preliminary round. This year we've had 2, and unfortunately went down there on his first pass on buoy number 1. So he's gone from a score of half a buoy at 28 kilometers an hour all the way to a score so far of 5 buoys at 12 meters, and for all we know, we could be having a score at 11.25 meters. So I don't know how many buoys that is, Bradley, but I think that's pretty safe to say he's our most improved.
Oh, absolutely. And I mean, even just from watching him ski the last couple of years, seeing him at several of these Canadian events, he's a kid who's really put the work in, and you really knows just, you know, how much stronger he is on his, you know, stronger he is for one, but also how much stronger he is on the ski over the last years too. He's been putting in some really good work out there.
Well, the Saskatoon Waterski Club just doing amazing things. Jim Clooney out there, you know, Carter Lucas. They built this huge stable of skiers who are just, they're taking off, and the amount they've improved year over year as I see them is amazing. But let's see what Enzo can do here. This is 12 meter. He got 5 in the preliminary round. He's got work to do here. He was a little late out of ball 1, but he's still in it here at 3, scrapping his way through. He's out to 4.
Can you get the ball 5?
But it's going to look like 4 buoys for him for 12 meters. So looking at the score he came in with, really good stuff for him. He's peaking at the right time. He got a 4 and a 5 here at the Canadian Open. He can do no worse than second place, and he just put the pressure on Easton Graves. And now, you know, Easton knows, you know, 4 buoys pretty much. You got to get all the way down 12 now if he wants to be our champion.
Absolutely, and if Easton wants to avoid a runoff situation, he's going to have to at least get a piece of ball 5 here. And, you know, really good strong skiing. You know, getting a little bit behind out of that ball 2, but just staying nice and patient at that 3 ball, letting that ski come around, let that line go tight, get that good strong 4. Enzo showing some really good grit on that pass there and scoring, you know, his second best ever score in the tournament in a big moment like these finals.
And I think this tournament specifically this year for these guys with the prelim and the final format and getting to get some experience at that prior to the Junior Worlds is just so critical. Typically in those big tournaments, you know, the biggest tournaments of the world, that's the first time you've really ever had to experience that. You know, there's a cut, and I don't know how hard to go or not hard to go, so it can get a little bit confusing for some of these skiers if they've never done it before. So the idea that Ken Nelson and the team had here to run a major event like this for the juniors with a prelim and a final, kind of teaching that format, really pays dividends, and especially for these young guys this year going into the Junior Worlds.
Well, I think too that this such a great format too to prepare a lot of these young kids for these pro events, right? Because that's exactly how it works. You show up to a pro event, you get 2 preliminary rounds and a final just like that too, so it's a good chance for them to kind of get that early experience.
So it looks like it's going to be 55K 14.25 meters, looking at that S-line rope.
Strong first pass there from Houston.
So a shout out to one of our sponsors, Shuswap Ski and Board. Shuswap was last night. They were on the webcast chatting with me. They were watching Daryl LaChance. It was super fun, and they've this year we're gonna give some prizes out as the day goes on. We're gonna do some Shalom Park trivia. So I've kind of gone around the site here. I've talked to Ken Nelson. I've come up with some trivia questions that we're going to be giving away some Shuswap Ski and Board prizes, potentially some gift cards and things like that. And I've heard rumors there might even be a set here at Shalom Park being as one of our prizes for the trivia. So don't know logistically how we're going to I don't know if we're going to be doing it on the chat. We're going to have people come up in the event center. I'm going to come up with the rules as we go, but we will be doing a trivia, and so and there will be prizes that have been provided for Shuswap Ski and Board.
Absolutely, and I myself I'm a Shuswap Ski and Board sponsored athlete, and they are just an incredible company. They always know they always know what you need, what you want. They have a great inventory, and they truly are not just one of the best ski stores in Canada, but in the entire world. We're very lucky to have them out here.
Absolutely. When you go into that store, it's unbelievable how much stuff they have. And really, like for 3-event water skiing, you can go in there, one-stop shop. You can literally get everything. And, when I was a kid, my dad with 3 kids and 3-event, running around trying to find equipment from all of these different places. And
they're so well connected, have so many great options in stock there. You can never go wrong buying your ski gear from Shoe Swap Ski and Board. And,
not only just such a great pro shop they've created and such, all of that, but the way they get back to the sport, as I said, Bradley, you represent Shoe Swap, and lots of skiers with their sticker on their gear, and Mike Aisley, just one of the biggest ambassadors to the sport. I cannot say enough good things about Mike and what he gives back to the sport. And important to recognize, it's because of people like him that we get these massive scores, that we get to have events like this, that we get to ski in conditions like this, and each and every one of those personal bests, our sponsors have a little bit to do with that. So a huge shout out to them. Cannot say enough about them. We're going to talk about each individual sponsor as we go, but I did just want to give people a heads up that we will be doing a little bit of trivia later on. But on the water, we have Easton Graves already through 14.25. This is 13 meters coming back. So if he wants on the podium, we know he needs that piece of ball 5. But he was our top seed. He ran 12 meters in both rounds in the preliminaries. So he's going to be looking to take that title down. We know he's capable of doing it, but it's all about getting it done on the day. He's got to do this first, which is the 13-meter pass. Looking a little bit on the tail coming into 3. But he seems nice and settled here around 4, over to 5. The wrong-handed reach around 5. I saw him. Did have an opportunity. I didn't sit with him at dinner, but he doesn't seem like a young man who's short in confidence.
No, that's for sure. He certainly knows what he wants to do out there.
Definitely a confident young man, Easton Graves, and why not, right? He's a great skier. Getting it done out there. He knows he's going to be on the podium, and now he's got to get buckled in. This is the money pass. This is where we know our leader currently sits, of Enzo Christian with 4, Louis Coulier with 3. So any piece of 4 is second, any piece of 5 is the win. But we already saw from Elena Jones here, she took the win and she kept going.
Yeah.
So from the little bit I saw of Easton last night, he does not strike me as the type of kid who's going to stand up here. I think he's going to run all the way through 12 here and get a shot at 11.
Yeah, for him, he's going to want to take down this whole pass here. There's no doubt about that.
And here at 12 meters, the rope pretty near doesn't even make it to the buoy.
Yeah. He's going to have to make some adjustments after that last pass here. Try and find that front of the ski a little bit more if he wants to give himself a good chance at this 12-meter line.
So it's all about the start. Ooh, a little bit of a hop into ball 1 there. He's going to have some work to do here. Wasn't the start he was looking for, but he stayed calm and he's got it done. He's around 4. Oh, no! So it looks like 3.5 buoys for our top seed, Easton Graves. So I think that does unofficially put him in the second place spot, because we got that full 4 from Enzo Christian.
And you can just kind of see there, just his whole pass was just stuck on that tail of the ski a little bit. Couldn't quite get that ski going across the course, and that changing the way that he needed to at that 12-meter pass. Still managed to have some good grit and stick with it there. You see just into that ball 4 there, just that ski hopping around a bit on him.
Yeah, just blowing the tail out. So he was right in it. We saw him get a little bit, as you said there, he got that hop into 1, kind of set him up onto a bit of a scrappy rhythm there, and good for him for getting all the way out and around ball 4. He will take home the silver medal here in the event. The podium will be in first place, and our 2024 Canadian Junior Open Slalom champion is Enzo Christian. So congratulations to him. Second place is Easton Graves. And our bronze medal will go to Louis Coulier. Congratulations to all of those guys. A huge shout out to Enzo Christian. I believe that redeems his score here last year. I'm sure he left here a little bit disappointed after that early fall, but we're naming him the most improved skier of the year and going home with the title.
Absolutely, and just a great showing of redemption from Enzo Christian from that last year, showing some really good, strong skiing, the work that he's put in.
So we've named 3 champions so far. James Bryans, Elena Jones, and now Enzo Christian with one division left here in the slalom event. It is the girls under 17 slalom. 4 skiers in this event. Britta Mueller, Sophie Leahy, Sophia Pelkey, and Sarah Pelkey. And Brad's going to go check if he's got judging duties to do, more important, more official things to do than hang out here with me. 52K, 16 meters for Britta Mueller. Came into this with a 4 buoys at the 55K pass. All right, 6 buoys for Britta Mueller, our first competitor here in the girls U17 division. So that was 52K, 18.25 meters, or 15 off, 32 miles an hour for any of you Americans watching. So now coming back at 55K, 18.25 meters. Now the list that I'm looking at here shows that once we finish the slalom event, we will be moving directly into trick. In the same order we did this morning, so U21 men, U21 women, U17 girls, and the U17 boys, then the U17 girls. And then the last event of the day will be the jump event. So lots of skiing still left to come. Britta Mueller on the water. This is 55K, 18.25 meters. This is the defending overall champion, Canadian national champion, as well as placing 3rd place in volleyball at the Nationals. So a multi-sport athlete.
Going down at ball 5, though, unfortunately, there.
So it looks like it's going to be 4.5 buoys for Britta Mueller. And that does add half a buoy to her score in the preliminary round. She got 4 at that pass at 55K, 18.25. So half a buoy up from her on her average. Good start to our finals here. 3 skiers left. Next off the dock will be Sophie Leahy. Sophie qualified for this event with half at 14.25 meters and a round 2 score of 4 at 16 meters. And this is a pretty tight bunch here. If we look at Sophia Pelkey qualified with 2 at 14.25 and 2.5 at 14.25. And then we had Sarah Pelkey, our top seed, with a 1 at 13 meters.
Very good, strong skiing, and from the girls group here, it's going to be a tight race for this top spot.
Shout out to my son Will, who's watching along at home. I just got a picture. Will is watching us. He hasn't muted me. He likes the sound of my voice.
There's at least one then, right, Stevie?
Exactly. One won't mute me.
That's all you need.
But I've mentioned her a few times, but also thank you to my wife. I do have a 2-month-old baby at home, so thank you to her for letting me take off for a few days and leave her with the screaming child. And so thank you to Janice. Love you, hun. But on the water, girls U17 division, this is Sophie Leahy from Quebec. Skis with Gerald Llewellyn, Cole Grant, and Benoit Allard.
Very strong opening pass there from Sophie.
So that was 52K, 18.25 meters. So we'll bump the boat speed up to 55K. So Sophie ran through this pass and actually the next pass in the first round with that score of half at 14.25 meters. She's not on there. There she is. So it looks like
with the score this weekend, she's already bumped up her world ranking list average, with this being the second time in a WRL tournament that she's gotten through that 60-meter pass. She'll be looking to push on that PB of 2 at 14 meters, trying to put some pressure on these next 2 girls coming up here as well.
so. This is 55K, 18.25 meters. So around 5 and back to the wakes will guarantee her a spot on the podium. So she's on the podium. She's got one of the 3 spots locked up. And we're going to shorten that rope now to 16 meters coming up next.
And get strong confidence skiing in that second pass here, setting herself up now with that rhythm for these harder passes.
Getting a nice shot here on the replay. You can see on the replay, Bradley, how nice the conditions are out here. I mentioned we got here, it was a little bit wet this morning, which is why we're unfortunately inside and not out in the sunshine on the balcony there. But really, the day's turned out to be pretty sweet.
Yeah, another beautiful day here at the beautiful Slalom Park Waterski, where we've already seen some incredible skiing so far.
And Chuck Kraus names it the Shalom Dome that Ken Nelson puts up every time they have a tournament here, and the conditions just always seem to glass out. And
absolutely, and it came just in time today for that sun to come out. We lost those rainy conditions here, and it's turned into a very beautiful day. A very clean pass there through that 16 meters, nice and confident for Sophie LaHaye here. She'll be looking to get a good start at this 14-meter pass and put some pressure on these next girls.
Well, on the world ranking list, it looks like she's only run through that pass one other time to get that score of 2 at 14.25 as her top score. So great stuff. She's already done it now in 2 different rounds at this tournament.
Absolutely, and for her here, she's been looking for a good, strong, confident gate, good start into that ball 1, so she can try and get a look at ball 2 here. The name of these games, when you get to these harder passes here, especially when you haven't had a ton of looks in the tournaments, the name of the game is getting that good start and having that confidence on your gate there. Especially sometimes when we're a little bit unfamiliar, we can start skiing a little differently. And for us, it all starts on that gate, getting that good start. Nice strong ball 1 there from Sophie, coming in a little disconnected, but coming around strong from ball 2 out to ball 3, and and look at that, that's a PB for her coming into ball 4. Coming up just short there, but great skiing from Sophie here with a new PB with 3 at 14.25 meters.
Sorry about that. I was just realized that my computer that I rely on for all of our information had 1% battery, so I had to scramble out to plug it back in. But great stuff from Sophie. 3 buoys, It's looking like, from what we saw on the world ranking list, a personal best, at least in a world ranking list tournament. Really great, moving that average up quite a bit, as she was averaging it with that score from that wasn't at 14.25. So good stuff for her. She's put the pressure on now. When we look at Sophia Pelkey, who's coming up next, 2 and 2.5 at 14.25 in the preliminary round. So she's going to need all of that if she wants to keep that second seed spot, that silver medal. But Sophia's also going to be looking to put the pressure on older sister Sarah, who's on the dock as well.
49-18.
So here she is on the water, Sophia Pelkey, member of the amazing skiing Pelkey family. I think she's the youngest sister of 3, unless there's a sister I don't know about. Youngest of 4. I'm missing the 4th Pelkey. Okay, so Sophia making easy work of pass number 1, which looked to be 49K, 18.25 meters, so 30 miles an hour for those of you following along at home. So boat speed's going to bump up from 49 to 52K, 30 miles an hour, up to 32 miles an hour. Maximum boat speed in this division is 55K, or 34 miles an hour. And then we start to shorten the rope. Don't think so. That's actually a good point Bradley was just making off the mic here. Sophia Pelkey, I think, actually skis in the girls U14 division, which actually has a slower maximum speed than we do here in the Canadian Open. Because we don't have that U14 division, we're cutting off at that U17. I do believe she will be shortening at a faster boat speed than she traditionally would had this been a different tournament.
Absolutely, very impressive skiing from a young skier like that, being able to not just run that higher speed, but being able to get into those shorter lines too. On top of that,
yeah, all the way at 14.25 meters, 55K is really great stuff. And a lot of the time we slow that boat speed down. It's just simply a matter of size, right? The younger skiers just that little bit smaller. They don't have the weight behind them, and you can see.
You see that
Sophia not the tallest competitor in this division.
You see that ferocity when she's out there, right? She's always ready and on the attack out there.
Well, I think the attack is the right word when it comes to this little girl. She's quite feisty and fierce, and I love seeing it. And it's great, like super strong on all 3 events. But when I see, a little girl with her attitude and aggression, it's the jump event that gets me excited to watch her growing up. And she really attacks that jump ramp, and she has literally since I've watched her jump, which was, she was very young then. But big things to come from this young lady. She's got a lot of tenacity, and here she is coming back. This should be 55K, which, as we said, is actually faster than she typically shortens at. So this is, unknown territory. I don't know how much she even practices this, if at all. Maybe a few times kind of leading up to this event, knowing that she has to ski it. But look at that, Bradley, running all the way through 55K. Awesome stuff.
Very, very strong skiing. And with that there, she guarantees herself at least a bronze medal in the Junior Canadian U17 Women's Division.
Well, yeah, so only 12 years of age, Sophia Pelkey. So just 12 years of age competing here in the UC17 division. Second top seed in this division. And technically, she's not even in this age division. She's in the age division lower. So the 12-year-old sensation of Sophia Pelkey And like I said, mark my words, there will be some big scores and some big accomplishments from this young lady in the future.
And we see, even looking back to last season, her top score being 4 buoys at 52K, 16 meters. Not only just completing a pass at 55 that she hadn't completed last year, but also getting into that 14-meter pass as well.
Now, there is a small chance that she may have been skiing at 34 miles an hour in preparation for the Junior Worlds. I don't know if she'll be skiing in that event, but there is a chance that she could be setting herself up for that a little bit later this summer.
I believe with her trick score, she has she is competing on that team.
Should pull that team up. Okay, 16 meters, 55K. Sophia Pelkey, she ran this in the preliminaries. She's got a great start here. Well, she needs a big pull to 6. She's around 6. She hangs on to the slack. She's through the gates and another round through the 16-meter line.
And you see that power in that course there, taking those big hits of slack of the 4, 5, 6 and not moving that positioning 1 inch. So very, very good, strong skiing from Sophia. You can see there too, just that line dropping in the water. Several turns there, but just staying strong enough just to stick with it, showing that grit out there.
We were just noticing there, like, part of why these juniors ski at the little bit of speed, like you can see with the size and the weight of the young 12-year-old, that rope barely even tight. When she's pulling behind the boat, you can still see kind of a dip in the rope even at her maximum lean and pull there. So super impressive, because you think the weight of that rope in comparison to her and the wobble that we see there, I mean, that's just throwing her position off, and she's got to hold that strength of that big heavy rope trying to pull her out of position.
Oh, absolutely. If I'm taking slack with that rope touching the water, I'm going head first into that lake.
So here she is. She's at 14.25 meters. She can do no worse than second, and she's now putting the pressure on her big sister, who is the top seed. So she's got to pull the ball 2. She's around 2. Can she get the ski to 3? She can. Can she get it to 4? I'm going to let the judges call that.
Very close. Looked like she may have just gotten that ski around the ball 4. We'll have to wait for official confirmation from our judges.
I'm saying the announcer's saying she went around it. The boat agrees with me.
And with that there, Sophia vaults herself up into that top spot, and also improving by a buoy and a half on that prelim score.
Confirmed at 14 meters.
4 buoys at 14 meters for the 12-year-old Sophia Pelkey. Make some noise. What an unbelievable performance from this young lady. And like you said, her scores from last year were at 22 off at 52K. So that's actually, we're talking 3 passes more already this year. So great things to come from her. Let's watch through the replay here. And you can see still, hanging on to those hits of slack, Bradley, that you talked about there.
And, it's just always so fun to see with these young kids too. It seems like they barely go a day without getting a PB, and it certainly gives you an appreciation nowadays. When now at my age, you're lucky if you're getting 1, maybe 2 a year.
Oh, I'm never getting one ever again, Bradley. My days of personal bests are well behind me. My last one was, I think, 11 years ago, and that number's only going to get bigger from here on in. But it's good to be young, and it's great to see these kids. And what's fun about a tournament like this, with it being webcast and with the fans on shore, is they get to showcase that hard work. They're skiing a lot of the times at their home site with their coach, not really anyone watching, and nobody really getting to see that progress that they've made. And we get these big events. I kind of get a chance. I only get to see these kids ski maybe 2-3 times a season, and it just blows me away, the leaps every single time that I come back, how far they've improved, and it just shows literally the amount of time they've spent on the water honing their craft.
Absolutely, and all these kids just work so hard out there. Whether one event or three event, they're spending their days in, days out, after school, before school, to get time on the water, work on their technique, and refine everything. Because it's such a tactical sport, they have to work on it. And it takes so many reps to be able to ski at such a high level in water skiing.
And we move to our top seed and our final slalomer here at the 2024 Junior Canadian Open. This is Sarah Pelkey, older sister to Sophia.
And there you go, strong opening pass from Sarah Pelkey there. I think one of my favorite things about water skiing when you compare it to something like golf, if you show up to a driving range, you can go hit 400 or 500 balls in a day and not feel too tired. Water ski, you go out there on a slalom ski, good set, you're getting at most 36 to 48 turns out there. So it just goes to show, how much you need to squeeze out of the few reps you get out there.
Absolutely, it's a great point, and such a physically demanding sport in slalom. It's been fun, in some of the Pro Tour stuff they kind of post some of the forces. They've got a strain gauge in the boat kind of showing how much poundage some of these guys are pulling behind the boat, and it's a couple hundred pounds, all through the set, and that takes a toll on the body. And like you said, you can't really do that many reps. You can't go out there and do 12, 13, 14 passes a day. It just the body won't hold up.
Well, and you even saw too at that Swiss Pro Slalom that they did back in May, the forces of that rope reaching into the high 400 pounds of force there. So it just goes to show just how hard those skiers are working out there.
I'm guessing that had to be Freddie Winter.
Rob Hazelwood was the top guy.
Rob Hazelwood, beast.
So I know Freddie Winter's been top one there in the past.
Wonder what the load is after some of the hits he takes from time to time. But right now, Sarah Pelkey on the water started off at 49K. That was 52K. We're going to be bumping the boat speed up to 55K, and she's looking to hunt down little sister. She did enough in the preliminary round, so she ran all the way through 14.25, one buoy at 13 meters, so she's capable of doing it. But it's all about doing it on the day, and she's got a few more passes left.
Absolutely, and in sports like this too, heavy ski coming into it has very little impact on what you're going to do. All it comes down to is what you're able to do on the big day.
That's right. We've already seen 3 skiers get it done. James Bryans, our U21 men's slalom champion. Elena Jones, our U21 women's slalom champion. We saw Enzo Christian, our U17 boys slalom champion. And this is our final skier, our top seed here in the girls U17 division, Sarah Pelkey. So there's going to be 2 Pelkeys on the podium. Now we're just looking to see in which order they're standing.
It makes you wonder too what kind of sibling rivalry they have going here as well. Big Sis isn't going to want to give it up that easily to little Sis there.
She's getting a little bit on the tail of the ski here. She's got some work to do from 4 to 5. She's turned 5. She's got to pull to 6, around 6. Through the exit gates. A little bit of a scramble there, so I think I was a little maybe premature. I said we're going to see a Pelkey podium, and she still has to get it done. So.
Okay, try to speak a little closer again.
So Sarah Pelkey on the water.
She's going to have some adjustments she'll have to make in this next pass here to clean it up, but coming back here at the 16-meter pass.
Now we need to get confirmation from our judges, but I think each one of those passes may have been at 16 meters. because we're looking here on the live scoring, and it showed that last pass was 55K 16 meters, which is the maximum boat speed. And sometimes with this live scoring program, it doesn't show the line length until the maximum boat speed is achieved. So that was actually 16 meters at 55K. So this is 14 meters coming back right now. This is the gold medal pass. She's got to get past ball 4 if she wants to take down little sis. Here it is. She's around. She's through. She is our 2024 Canadian Junior Open champion.
And wow, did she ever turn it up on that last pass there? That looked like one of her strongest passes of the day we've seen so far.
Absolutely. So, of course, my call there was unofficial, because everything I say is unofficial.
So looking back at this preliminary round, she had a one buoy count at the 13-meter line. So we know here, now it's all about what she can do. See if she can take her on and try and get a piece of that 2-ball here.
Coming into this event, really only 2 scores, looks like, from the Calgary Cup, where she ran 14 meters both rounds, and now here, 2 rounds in a row, she's got that under her belt as well. So really good skiing from the 14-year-old in Sarah Pelkey.
She'll be looking up on that PB of 13 meters here. She's going to need a good, nice start, good, strong gait to be able to give herself a good chance of getting out to buoy number 2 here.
Yeah, and we're just looking. We got confirmation from the judges. That was 14.25 meters. That does mean she is our champion. She's going to get a chance to push her score that little bit farther now through the 13 meters, but she's done enough, and she's going to join those 3 other skiers we announced. All right, 13 meters here.
Nice start ball 1 here. Out to ball 2. Can she make a play on ball 3? Yep. Getting outside ball 3, looking really strong here. Can she get around 5? I think she got around the ball 5 there. What do you think, Stevie?
I'm going to call it and say she did, because I'm always going to give it to the skier, because nothing I say is official. But I think, what a performance. She just went out. We were looking, she has a half and a 1, and she just got out all the way out there. And, we're looking at a score somewhere between 4 and 5. Huge improvement for her. And she took the title home.
Absolutely. And getting that extra PB on there, that's just a cherry on top for that one here. So, she's going to be thrilled with a smile on her face coming back here.
So funny. I just heard her mouth to the boat there. She goes, "Did I win?" Yes, Sarah, you did. You are our 2024 Canadian Junior Open Slalom champion.
Let's get a big round of applause for our new champion.
It was great to watch the Pelkeys battle it out there. Little sister Sophia stepping it up, forcing big sister Megan to step it up as well. And then Megan goes, "You know what, little sister? You thought you pushed me with that 4 buoys at 14. I'm going to 1 back you with the score, almost a pass better." So we're going to wait for the official score here as it comes up from the judges, whether it was the 4 or 5. But regardless from her, unbelievable skiing, so clutch, getting it done, and taking home that title. So congratulations to all 4. So we've got just heard a little bit of confusion on the radio, so just bear with me for 1 second. I'm just going to go make sure we get confirmation on all of those line lengths before we get too far carried away here. 1 second. Okay, guys, I've just come up from down at the judges' tower, and I have some devastating news. those were all the right passes. We do know Sarah ran the score that she did. Unfortunately, the judges went back and reviewed Sarah's pass at 16 meters. So they did a video review, which is an option the judges always have. Everything is video recorded. And upon video review on her 16-meter pass, the judges determined she did not go around ball number 6. So I did get a chance to go down and actually see the video replay. It was very, very close, but it was very obvious that ball 6 was on the wrong side of her ski as she turned there. So although she did have that amazing performance, we did get very excited. The judges have gone back and re-evaluated her score, and it will be 5 buoys at 16 meters for Sarah Pelkey. So very unfortunate there. We were so excited, and really an unbelievable performance from her. She still skied amazingly well. She should be very, very proud of herself, but it is going to go into the books as 5 buoys at 16 meters, which does mean that our champion is in fact Sophia Pelkey, the 12-year-old Pelkey, with that impressive score of 4 at 14.25 meters. Then looks like it will be Sophie Leahy.
She didn't run the full 55 at short line, so it's actually 55 at 18 meters.
Right, even better. So the judges are clarifying with me. I should have known that. But because she was starting at a shorter line that was less than the maximum boat speed, and because on that pass, which was the 55, 16 meters, that was the first time she was actually at the maximum boat speed at the shorter line. Unfortunately, that score goes back, and it actually officially counts as 5 buoys at 18.25 meter line. So devastating news here for Sarah Pelkey. I really, my heart goes out to her. She skied unbelievably well, but it is going to be an official score of 5 buoys at 18.25. So that will mean unofficially, and certainly now with this confusion, before we give anything out, we're going to dig in and make sure we have these numbers right. But from what I can see here, based on what the judges have told me, it does look like it's Sophia Pelkey, then Sophie Leahy. Following her will be Sarah Pelkey. So a bit of a drama here in the slalom situation with that video review, and an unfortunate bump down in score from Sarah Pelkey, but we had unbelievable performances. She was just right that close. Great stuff, and yeah, so congratulations, though, to Sophia Pelkey, who does appear after the video review to be our girls U17 slalom champion with that super impressive 4 buoys at 14.25 meters. So if anything changes between now and then, I will let you know. But until we hear any differently, slalom order for the girls U17, Sophia Pelkey, Sophie Leahy, and Sarah Pelkey. So sorry for the confusion there, guys. But I do believe we have the order sorted out right now, which means we conclude the slalom event. To recap those champions, U21 champion was James Bryan. In the men, in the women, it was Elena Jones. In the U17 boys, Enzo Christian. And we just found out that our U17 girls slalom champion, the 12-year-old Sophia Pelkey. So that's how our slalom shook out here. We're just on a small technical delay here while our technical crew goes and gets the lake swapped over from the slalom event to the trick event. And then we're going to be moving right away into the men's U21 trick event. And looking on the dock, our first skier off the dock in that event will be Paul Wesley Corey. Following him, we'll have Jacob Chambers, Evan Kraus, and top seed Lucas Panette. So those are our 4 men here in the U21 men trick result. If you're following along at home, we're just on a 5-minute delay here while we pop the buoys down, get rid of the slalom course, have the trick course come up, and we will be back with some world-class skiing in just a few moments.
If you've been there, you know Shuswap Ski and Board is Canada's #1 water sports pro shop. They have what's needed for an amazing, fun-filled summer, and you can take it home immediately. Shuswap Ski and Board on 58th Avenue Southeast in Calgary, on Main Street in Sicamous, and online at skiandboard.ca. Remember, it's always summer at Shuswap Ski and Board.
And we are back here at the 2024 Junior Canadian Open. We just wrapped up the slalom event, which means we are moving on to our U21 men's trick event. Skier number 1 is on the water. That would be Paul Wesley Corey. So Paul Wesley Corey on the water. And Paul had an interesting time getting here today. Had some delays with his flights. Missed the first round of slalom, but kind of arrived halfway through the day here on Friday and was able to get some preliminary rounds in and qualified for the trick. And here he goes, making his way through his trick pass. Wake 5. Good. And the reverse, and just going a little early on the wake there. On that wake 5, dropping the handle. A little bit of an unfortunate early fall there for Paul Wesley Corey. So as I said, he missed that first round of tricking because he wasn't here, but second round, 3,840 points. And shout out, I doubt they're watching, if you are, shout out to Rob Baxter. Rob Baxter, I'm using your trick tracker up here to kind of quickly tally some points as we go for some of our guys here. So I'm going to try and give some preliminary estimated scores if I can. But really cool thing you built here. You kind of input the tricks in and it'll kind of tally your scores for you. So cool resource that he built. On the water, Paul Wesley Corey going down a little bit early on that hand run, but he's got a second pass. Paul, hailing from California, 19 years of age. Skis with Terry Winter, his dad, Jimmy Seamers. He's currently studying math and economics at UCLA. Okay, and it looks like he has elected to redo his hand pass. So going down early on that first hand pass, let's see what he can do here. So starting off in the back position, he's in the ski line back-to-back. Oh, no! And Paul Wesley Corey going down on the ski line back-to-back. Not what he was looking for today. It's great to have Paul out here. I know he's going to be a little bit disappointed by that performance. Oh, and you can see just kind of not traveling up and over the wake there, getting a little bit tripped up on the wake. And that's how quickly things can be over in the sport of trick skiing. That ski is so slippery. Your access off just the smallest amount and you're in the drink before you know it. The 3 skiers still left to come in this division: Jake Chambers, Evan Kraus, and Lucas Panette. Jake Chambers, round 2 with a score of 4,070 points. So a beautiful shot of that relatively new dock that Ken Nelson built either last summer or the summer before. A beautiful structure, kind of multi-leveled there area for skiers to hang out at while they get ready. And just another testament to the beautiful facility here at beautiful Shalom Park. And speaking of Ken Nelson, let's give a huge shout out and a huge thank you to Ken Nelson, Donna Nelson, Christy Kraus, Chuck Kraus, Sean and Evan for opening up this facility to us. This is their home. This is where they live, and just so amazing that they open this place up, that they have these big events and give everyone the opportunities to get the scores that we've seen time and time again. And I've unofficially over the years named this place the home of the personal best, and the reason why is that the quality of the site, the setup of the site, the care and the effort that these guys take. And you can just see Chuck Kraus running around. He's got the technical side of everything just completely dialed, and kind of a world class setup here. So thank you so much to all of those guys. And if you're here skiing and you've gotten a personal best, make sure you thank Ken Nelson. But right now on the water we have Bradley Gibbons. We have Jacob Chambers. So Jake making his way through his toe pass here, the toe line back. Oh, and just going down there towards the end of pass number 1. Having some struggles up here with my internet. I'm just trying to get that sorted out. We'll watch the replay here. So starting off with the toe 5 back. Here's a toe back to back and its reverse. Came in, this is a toe wake back to back. So you see that 360 degree rotation of the ski from the back to the back. So a set of toe slides here. Then going into that toe O wrap in. And just losing it out the back that little bit. Trick giving him a bit of trouble as the weekend has gone on. It's a good shot there of Sean Kraus pinning in the boat. And we continue as the day goes on to make sure we're saying thank you to our sponsors. So a huge shout out to Gecko Beverages. Gecko Beverages, thanks for supporting the event. Here comes Jacob Chambers for his second of 2 passes. This is his hand pass, and this young man has some very high point, very difficult flips. He's been coming up a little bit short here as the tournaments come on. He keeps casing the weight coming from that side, and he cased it a little bit there, but he's making his way through here much better than any of the other rounds here. He's coming towards the end of his run here, coming in for a front flip, sticking the front flip, going for a ski line O. Great tricking, super high point value tricks there for Jacob Chambers, and I think that will be his best of the 3 rounds. And what a round to do it in here at the finals. And today it's all about getting it done on the day. We saw Paul Wesley Corey going down a little bit early. And then we look at our seed scores here. Evan Kraus had a 68.80. Jacob came in with a 4,070, but he's definitely added some to that total. He's got himself up closer to the likes of Evan Kraus. I think Evan left a few tricks on the board there, looking at his score. So Jacob's world ranking list score 6,675, so 66.75, and he got most of that run. He had the toe wrapping at the end there. I'm not sure if he maybe had one or two more tricks, but looking at that run, he's probably going to be somewhere close to that 6,000 point mark is going to be my guess. With 2 trickers still left to come, and there's a shot right now of Evan Kraus about to take off. Well, good shot there as well of our slalom champion, James Bryan's on the dock. Came up and interviewed after his set and was mentioning that him and Evan are best friends and been cheering each other on. And so cool to see the camaraderie between those two in the slalom event. And, unfortunately for James, not able to make the trick finals today, but he's done what he needed to do in the slalom. He's already taken home that one title today, and we'll see him again on the jump ramp. But right now, I heard to showcase his stuff. We have Evan Kraus, the hometown boy, lives right here at Shalom Park, grandson of Ken Nelson. And Evan's such a talented trick skier. We've talked about this with his slalom as well, and he really a cerebral skier. You can tell he studies the sport, and I've just loved watching the improvements that he's made through the years, and every year that they come out in both events, he's really stepped up his game. And going down a little towards the end of the hand run there, I'm going to say that was probably 3/4 of the way through. As we kind of look at the start of his run here, we've got the Mo back-to-back, 800-point flip, followed by the half cab. That's a 550-point trick. Okay, so looking at that run there, what I had tallied, assuming everything was credit, was 3,570 points. So 3,570 points. These are very unofficial scores, guys. These are just me kind of inputting scores as I see them. So he missed out on that 450-point ski line back-to-back at the end of his run. I didn't get a chance to tally Jake's to see, but just kind of mentally I'm thinking he's going to be right in that 6,000-point range. So Evan's already halfway there. He has a high-point toe run. And he's going to be looking to put that pressure on Lucas Panette. Lucas had an unbelievable performance, came in with that seed score of 8,110 points. And that third round he had yesterday, over 60 meters, he got over the 8,000-point barrier. He got 3 buoys at 11.25. That is a very, very, very good overall score for Lucas Panette. So shout out to him. And he is our top seed in the trick event. But on the water right now, Evan Kraus looking to put the pressure on. Let's see what he's got here. Looks like he's starting with that toe 5 back. Toe wake back to back, and it's reverse. Toe back to back. Reverse. And a stand-up toe pass for Evan Kraus. Now, looking at that toe pass, again, we don't know credit. I'm not judging credit here. 7,010 points on the board. So let's watch through the replay here, and I might get a slightly better idea. So far, toe 5 back looking great. Toe wake back-to-back, excellent. And the reverse looking good. Here he is into the toe back-to-back. And it's reverse. And this was the toe 5 front here. Then a toe O. So the toe line O. So we're going to see on that one. That's going to be up to the judge's call there. There's some specific things where the foot can go in the rope and needing to cross over the crest of the wake. So we're going to see our judge's opinion on the execution of that trick, but very, very well done. And actually, as I looked here, I had 400 points missing. So assuming everything credit, the points of the tricks that Evan actually completed, 7,410, but we'll see where that shakes out. So That pushes him closer to where we saw Lucas Panette. He had a 7,410 in round 1 and an 81.10 in round number 2. And now we move into our top seed here in the U21 men's division. It is Lucas Panette. Having a great tournament here so far, and he's had a few injuries that were plaguing him last year, and those seem to be all better. And he put in the hard work over the winter months, and he's come out so strong this season, and been super impressed with the work he's done in really all 3 events. And he's looking to make that jump up into that next echelon of skiers, and he's well on his way. Most well known for his jumping. He's just so strong on the jump skis, but is an equally accomplished and talented 3-event skier in my opinion. So starting off with the toe tricks here. Looks like it's going to be a toe 5 back, toe wake back to back, toe back to back, and reverse. Good, so I got a little behind there on my trick calling, so I'm not going to have a preliminary score for him. This is harder than I thought it was going to be. Let's watch through the replay here. Nice clean toe 5 back into the toe 8 back to back. So very similar run that we saw from Evan. Sort of identical runs so far. Remember the toe 5 front. This is where Evan, same thing. So toe 5 front with the toe out. So it's going to be probably a little bit over that 2,000 point mark there with that run, kind of mid 2000s. Doesn't quite have the super high point ski line tricks, or toe line tricks rather, that we saw from Evan. But where this young man excels is in this hand run. Such a high point, high difficulty hand run. Lots of super high point flips. You're going to see a front flip. You're going to see a half jack. You're going to see a mobe. Each one of those tricks in excess of 800 points. Those are big points to get on the board in a hurry, and Lucas really great at the flips. And really great to see what state the overall event is here in Canada. Between Dorian Llewellyn and you have Conley Panette and now Lucas Panette, some super strong overall skiers coming up, and I always love to see that. I think Canada has a big pedigree of overall water skiing, and internationally what we're most well known for. Obviously we have some super dominant skiers in the individual events, the likes of Whitney McClintock, Jamie Bull, Ryan Dodd, Neely Ross, Paige Reaney. Paige competing in the overall as well, one of the top women in the world. We have such a strong national team, such a strong program, but here we go, starting off with the mobe back-to-back, so a backflip with a 360 back-to-back, then he's into the half cab, and this is the half jack, so that's a front flip starting in the back position with a 180 invented by the likes of Kevin Jack, hence the name, the half jack, and there's a huge front flip going a little bit too big there, going absolutely yard on that flip, and you can just see the disappointment there from him. He knows that might not be enough, but we're going to leave it in the hands of our judges. We're going to wait and see those preliminary scores from our judges. The skiers will have a 30-minute review of their trick sheets before any official announcement is made. But as we watch through this hand run here, you can see how much height and float he gets on that ski, and just a perfect rhythm here. He lands right on the downside of the slope. Watch this trick here. Spins to the front flip. So difficult to get all the way around, and ended up a little bit on the back seat here. And what that can do sometimes is throw a skier's rhythm off a little bit. So he's now starting this flip sequence from possibly a wider point that he's comfortable with. And his back landing was absolutely huge, and you can see he landed probably a little bit wide here, and that's what's cooked him in here to this front flip. He had so much speed and just an absolutely massive front flip, and you could see, you know, the trick of that front flip is you have to be cutting across the lake, but you almost have to square up at the top of the wake so you avoid kind of that pendulum effect where you get whipped back into the wake there, and anytime you have that fall on a front flip falling into the wake, you know that's kind of what's happened. So still lots of huge flips on the board, you know, lots of 800-point flips there, but I think he had a few left in the bag there, and we're going to see. But it's going to be very, very tight between the likes of Evan Kraus, Lucas Panette, and even Jacob Chambers. They're going to be right around that kind of 6,000 to 7,000 point mark, each of them. So we'll anxiously wait on the judges' scorecards, which they kind of judge the event just slightly behind us because they need to get the video. And we're going to be rolling straight into our first women U21 skier. This should be Dara LaChance. 2,700 in round 1, 3,120 in round number 2. I believe the 3,120, the qualifier for the finals, was a personal best. Great stand-up toe pass there for Dara. Hailing from the east coast of Canada and Nova Scotia. Going to be attending the University of Louisiana Monroe in engineering. So looking at that first pass, again, just my preliminary kind of run through on my Rob Baxter trick tracker. 1,910 points, so right around the 2,000 point mark. Again, I'm not judging for credit here. Don't take any of these scores all that seriously. We're just getting a rough idea of how many points they were able to tally. The official word will come from our judges. And while I am still a certified record-capable judge, I will not be calling credit tricks up in the booth. Because who likes to do that when they don't have to? I'm always going to give the benefit of the skiers. So when we see these scores here, they're going to be, you know, essentially without me deciding credit or not. And we're just kind of getting an idea, very rough idea of the scores. One I didn't see earlier, but great to see we had Nancy Pelkey, Aunt Nancy, back on the stream to watch that fun battle between Sarah and Sophia. Unfortunate that event went out, but still proud of both of those girls for how well they skied. But right now on the water, women's U21 trick, this is Dara LaChance. Okay, into the line tricks here. Line back, line front. And just over for the wake line back. And just going down on the wake line back. But that's right at the end of her run. I think she's going to be right in and around that personal best territory she was in the first round. Or, sorry, in round number 2. 31:20. We'll watch the replay here and kind of count things up as we go. So a wake back-to-back and the reverse. A back-to-back and the reverse. Wake front.
Come see what it actually looks like up here.
So again, not judging credit, 31-20 on the board, which does match what she did in the first round, or second round, which I think was her personal best. Dare, was that personal best? Thumbs up, 31. Yeah. Sweet. So I did tally your score. I didn't judge credit or anything, but it was 31-20 of tricks that you did. And if your score is less than that, it's the mean judge's fault. But good skiing out there for Dara. 3 skiers left on the dock. Next off, this young lady took the slalom title earlier today. This is Elena Jones from the United States, hailing from Louisiana. Starting as a freshman at University Lafayette in the fall. Grew up skiing there and was super excited to join the team. Elena Jones, the team, very lucky to have her. Very, very strong skier, super strong slalom skier. As we saw earlier, taking that title down. And not just taking down the title, but also, pushing her score a little bit further down, 11.25. But now she's got to focus on the trick event. Oh, and going down there on that Toho Rapid, kind of right towards the middle to middle end of pass number 1. I want to say we were probably 15 seconds into that run there as we go to the replay. So starting off here, it looks to be a toe 5 back, and toe back to back, and it's reverse. A toe wake back to back, toe wake front. So far, looking about 1,500 points, somewhere again in that vicinity. So this is a new thing I'm trying out here with trying to give some preliminary trick scores, just trying to calculate as I go here with a trick tracker. Any feedback appreciated on the webcast? If this is something you guys like seeing, don't like seeing, don't want to see, don't care about seeing, I'd like to know. It's a new thing we're trying, and if it's something you appreciate, I'll keep doing it. If it's something that just annoys the heck out of you, well, I'll stop doing it. I am here to serve you folks, the audience. Make me dance. But on the water, Elena Jones. We think somewhere in the vicinity of 1,500 points on pass number 1. We know we had that estimated score from Dara LaChance around the 3,000 point mark, so she's about halfway there. She qualified with a 36.80 in round number 2. That says she solidified that third place spot. And here in the final round, we are looking to crown our Canadian Open champion. So ranking list scores don't matter. Prelim scores don't matter. It's all about who gets it done on the day. Today is the day, and she's starting with a wake line 5. What a great trick. Love the wake line 5. I don't think we see it enough in skiing. And here we go, wake line 5 into the line trick. So wake line back, line front. This is going to be a line back with a wake line front. Going down pretty hard there. Kind of same thing, right towards that 2/3 through the run, kind of 15 seconds-ish. So, of her 40 seconds, maybe leaving 10 of them on the board. But let's go through this run here. So this is a wake line 5 front, as we said, into the line trick. So wake line back, line front, line back. I always think to the likes of Chantel Singer whenever I see line tricks. I think she does them better than anyone else in the world. Oh, and just coming up short on that wake 5 front wrap in. So I believe it was a wake 5 front followed by a wake 5 back. I think probably 2 tricks left on the board there. But looking, again, not judging anything to do with credit or no credit. Tallied of 3,340. So looking on the board there, like it's going to be neck and neck between her and Dara LaChance. It's going to be up to time of the runs and execution of the tricks by the judges. But we know they're very, very close, kind of separated only by a few, less than 300 points right now. So, one trick, credit or not credit, could make the difference here and kind of sort out our podium. With 2 girls left on the dock, Carly Bonham and Megan Pelkey. So Carly coming out next with the 3,920 point qualification. Earned that second spot. So Carly, world ranking list average currently 4,415 points. So just shy of that in the first round, probably 1 or 2 tricks off of that. So we know she has a little bit more in the tank to put the pressure on Megan Pelkey, who qualified 6,470. So she's going to need all of her run here if she wants to put the pressure on Megan. Starting off with the line tricks, wake line back, line front, line back, wake line front, and now she's in to the rest of her run here, and she's making very quick work of this so far. I love how fast she's going from trick to trick, and here we go. She's throwing the flip. Oh, and just coming up short. I know she landed that for the first time in the preliminary round. Just coming up short, so close. Such a difficult trick, that backflip. And you can just see wastes very little time here from trick to trick. Very technical tricker, keeps her axis perfectly. So about 1,600 points in the bag there on that pass number 1, and then that front flip, that back flip there, about a 500 point. Not about, it is a 500 point trick. Going down there, and one of the difficult things for these skiers as they start to throw, a few flips into the run and start to add the flips is typically the boat speed is going to be a little bit faster for the flips. The skiers want the wake to be, that little bit closer together, the wake to be a little bit harder. It makes it a little easier to do the flip, and you mix that in with you have to do all your surface tricks beforehand, and I think that's kind of what was happening a little bit there to Carly. I think if the boat speed was up, probably what she practices when she's doing them on their own, that flip's going great, but taking that next step of being able to land it on its own in practice and adding it in sequence in your run, possibly at a boat speed that's a little bit slower, so difficult, but it's great to see her integrating that into her run, and you kind of know a trick skier is just on the verge of going to that next level at that stage where they start adding those tricks into the run, because the hard part of tricking is you have a full 20-second pass. Carly had a full 20-second pass that was full of, her tricks that she needed for 20 seconds. Well, you have to start taking some of those tricks out to then add in the backflip. So probably taking out 2 or 3 tricks that she normally would have done that are worth less than the backflip and take longer to do than the backflip, but the backflip has that higher risk. And really nice to see that she's taken that step. She's put that in her run in a major tournament here at the Junior Canadian Open. Love to see it from Carly Bonham. And early on in the tournament, I had Jim Clooney up here with me, Canadian legend, and We were talking about Carly, and I just thought it was so nice. He just said, you know what, also just like such a nice girl, just a nice human being, and she'll always come up to you and, you know, introduce herself, and just very friendly, very nice kid, and love to see the success that she's had over the years, and has become a very, very strong skier. Love to see it. She deserves all the success that she gets. And one of those skiers, it's always fun for me. I don't see her ski, you know, all year round. I kind of get to see her ski once or twice a year at some of these major tournaments, and is one of those kids who just every year it's like, oh yeah, you can see that time she spent on the water. You can see those hours behind the boat, and pays off in the form of some big scores. So first skier of the day, looks like she's wrapping up for a toe 7. Which is a 720-degree rotation. Oh, and almost losing it, but what a recovery. What a recovery, grabbing onto the rope. That was a veteran maneuver there. Kind of felt herself coming back, and oh no, going down on that wrap-in. Just as I said, so getting a little bit of her upper body ahead of herself here. That almost happened on that toe 7 as well, which is a very similar wrap-in trick. But let's watch this toe 7 here. So she pulls that foot in. She doesn't quite get enough rope. Right here, she feels like she's falling back. She puts that hand on the rope, recovers, and then comes all the way back out of the trick for the toe 5 back. So about 2,300 points on the board here. Oh, going down just that little bit hard. You could see that upper body rotating a little bit ahead of her lower body. So she's going to be a little bit disappointed with that. I know she's got more tricks in the bag, but there's definitely more to see coming from Carly Bonham. She's, like we said, adding that flip into her run, and big things coming. We have one skier left on the dock, and some pretty close tricking right now. Kind of the Dara LaChance and Elena Jones. We talked about being right around that 3,000 point mark. Carly Bonham. And again, that's assuming the judges have deemed all the tricks were credit. Carly just slightly behind them with about 2,360. So it will be interesting to see how this shapes up. But we're now into our top seed of this event, Megan Pelkey. This is the third Pelkey we're seeing today, so heads up, Aunt Nancy. Got another niece on the water. She qualified with a very impressive 6,470. And what's crazy when I look at her score is she did the same score 2 rounds in a row. So this girl is the defending U17 Junior World Champion. She's just stepped up into the U21 division for the first time and is already the top seed and the favorite going into this trick event here in the women's U21. So many titles to her name. So successful, so talented. And here she goes, starting off with a wake back-to-back and the reverse, back-to-back and the reverse. You can see that little bit of a step up here in ability with how quickly she moves through these tricks. Already so many points on the board, and now she moves into the flip, so a back flip. No wasted time into the reverse. Now she's into the half cab, so back position front. She guts it out. Little bit of a butt check at the bottom. Going down on the back, landing. Now looking at the start of that run, tons of points already on the board. You know, almost enough in that single run, if I'm being honest, to be in and around where the leaders are. We saw her score almost double. You know, right here when we look and we talk about the points, so 500 points for the backflip. Then we go into the half cab. This one's 550 points, so already right there we got 1,550 points in just 3 quick seconds. So you can see why the top skiers add those flips into the run. That flip there, 750 points. And unfortunately, just rushing a little bit, slipping out as she lands. But sitting in a good spot right now. I think she's likely, not taking the lead with that first pass, but she's certainly got herself pretty close, and she's got a second pass full of a bunch of points here as well. So good start for Megan Pelkey, our top seed. And again, any of the scores we've talked about are just kind of preliminary joke scores that I've come up with up in the tower. We will be waiting for the official scores from our judges. We will be starting with the U17 men. We'll get some preliminary scores. Those scores are available for review for the next 30 minutes after they become released. I'm not saying they're released yet, but once they're released, the skiers have 30 minutes to review their sheets before we crown our official champion. So tricking takes a little bit longer to sort out who the winner is than the slalom and jump. Slalom and jump a little bit more immediate. But right now on the water, Megan Pelkey went down kind of late in that first pass, left some points on the board. We're thinking she needs somewhere in the vicinity of 3,000. And I'm guessing by the time we get to here, she's already in excess of that. Unofficially, I'm going to say she's taken the title already. But watch these big point tricks at the end. The toe line, going down on that toe line, but kind of preliminarily looking at a 4,000 or 5,000 point trick score there for her. I believe that will be enough. We'll wait again for the judges' scorecards, but looking going to be it's going to shape up very, very close here with these four girls. Dara LaChance, Elena Jones, Carly Bonham, and Megan Pelkey. Great skiing from each and every one of those. Can't wait to see the judges' scores and to see where each shake out. You can see here how efficient she is. Standing right over that ski, you can see when she comes forward, no hesitation. Her ski's only forward for, just a very fraction of a second before she's already moving into that next trick. And that's how she's able to accumulate so many points. And just getting going across the lake a little bit too much. Didn't quite advance into the boat enough on that toe line. But that does conclude the women's U21 event, which means we have two trick events still to come, which is the U17 boys. Following them will be the U17 girls. And then following the trick event, we roll straight into jump. So lots of titles still left to crown, lots of skiing still left to go here at the beautiful Slalom Park. Delivered conditions that have been absolutely sensational all weekend long. Big thank you to all of the sponsors: Northwest Refrigeration, Wizard Lake Marine, Freeyum, Soul Insos, Kimberly Homes, Westlock Motors, and Tournament Ski and Marine. Thank you guys so much. The sponsors so important to these events, and the support every time I come here. These names are names that you see year in and year out, and they're always helping support Ken in his tournaments and in the things he does here. And by you guys supporting the event and people like Ken Nelson willing to open up this site, it's just, I can't tell you what a great opportunity it is for all of these skiers to get to ski here at a major tournament with these events. And so many big scores already still to go. I think there hasn't been a skier yet who hasn't at least added to their average of their world ranking list, let alone going home with a new personal best. So thank you so much to the sponsors. Thank you to the Nelson family and the fact that we get to come here. So lucky. But we move on to the boys U17 division. And on the water, I am so excited that he qualified for this event. This is Jeremy Barton, 11 years of age. So this young man, skiing two divisions up, got a personal best in the tricking event of 1,980 to qualify him for this final. And let's see what he's got here. Wake back, wake front. Into the wake back-to-backs. Oh, and a wake 5 front at the end. And the reverse with a big fist throw. It goes for the wake. Oh, he was out there having a good time. You'd like to see that fist throw, and just a joy for him to be able to come out here, qualify for this finals. He was so excited. Hopefully going to get to have him come up into the booth a little bit later and interview him. But Such a nice young man, and he was just so pumped to be out here in all three events, really. I believe he personal bested in all three events and everything he competed in, and then that personal best led, to him being out here skiing in the finals at just 11 years old. And, I think potentially he has 6 more opportunities here at the Junior Canadian Open. So awesome to see, the youngsters. We saw Sophia Pelkey out here earlier, just 12 years of age, actually taking down the slalom title. So the young kids are here. Take note. And the young Jeremy Barton. And where he went down in that hand run, I have a sneaking suspicion that was probably after the time had expired. Looking at how many tricks he'd done, looking at kind of where he was on the lake, I think he was past that 20 seconds, so he was out there kind of trying some new tricks. So I don't think that fall at the end of the run is really going to cost him anything in terms of point value. It'll be kind of about what the judges deem, how each one of those tricks is executed, but such a good start for him. We're going to basically count that as a stand-up first pass. Right, pretty much everything, he got everything he could have in time. Now he's got one more pass here. This is going to be his toe pass. And from that 1,980 points he got in the second round, after he came up, we were kind of playing around with some of the sequences of his runs and realizing that he actually left about 200 points on the board just with having his a few of his tricks out of sequence. So we, Christy Kraus had a little bit of a chat with him. Regrouped, rejigged his run here. So he's going to do a slightly different order of his run to try and get that score up over that 2,000 point barrier. He was 20 points off in round number 2. But really for him, the joy is that he's qualified for this event. He's out here, he's skiing for that third round. So great, such a good opportunity. And as we said, this vision of Ken Nelson to have this major tournament for the kids. Jeremy's already 11 skied in a tournament with a prelim and a final. He's already made a cut. It's just such valuable experience. So can't see what's to come in the next coming years from Jeremy Barton. But right now he's in the toe pass, so I believe he'll be starting with a toe wake back. But that's if he decided to rejig the run, and he has. So this is the new run: toe wake back, toe wake front. Toe back, toe front. He's going for the reverse. Reverse toe back. Oh, and just going down on the reverse toe front. You can see the disappointment. But young man, you be proud of yourself. The whole goal for your tournament was for you to come out here, qualify for today. You've done your thing. So proud of him. Great to see, and I can't wait to see him out here for countless years to come here at the Junior Canadian Open. So started with that toe wake back, toe wake front. This is the toe back and then toe front. And then this is the trick I know he really wanted to make. This is where we're at a sequence. He actually made this reverse toe back in the first round, but unfortunately, due to some sequencing issues, he didn't get the points for it. But in this round, he did it in the right sequence, just unfortunately not able to ride it out. But just great stuff from him. So fun to see. So glad to see he's out here and competing with the big kids. Okay, so that was Jeremy Barton, our first skier off the dock here in Boys U17. 3 still left to go. Easton Graves, Lyndon Panette, and Louis Crouillet, or Louis from Quebec, as he's affectionately called, because this Anglophone announcer can't say his name. You'd think that'd be a requirement of this job, is to be able to actually speak properly, but turns out the bar is set pretty low. But on the water, this is Easton Graves. We saw him take home second in the slalom earlier today. From Nova Scotia. We got 2 East Coasters out here, Daryl LaChance and Easton Graves. Getting a little bit wobbly there and going down kind of midway, I would say, maybe a little bit further than that through pass number 1. Qualified with a 2,620 point score. He had a 1,910 point backup. So interesting with that fall, kind of looking at the amount of points, we're going to have to see where Jeremy Barton ends up. But these two guys fairly close here. You can just see here that ski right there just about went under the water, so pin person elected to let go of the rope. I think that was a smart choice. And we talked a little bit about the relationship of a skier and their pin person. Such a cool relationship, such a crucial relationship. And there was a shot there of Evan Krause in the boat. You're really trusting your life and limb in the hands of your pin person. These skiers are not able to let go of the rope with that foot harness. The way it's designed, it's locked right onto their foot. So when they fall, it's actually up to their pin person in the boat to release the rope. On the water, a good shot there of Easton Graves getting his gloves on, getting set up for his second of 2 20-second passes. Already a silver medal in the slalom earlier today. We're 2 events down here in the trick event, 2 events still left to go. This is the boys U17. Following them, we'll have the girls U17 trick, and then we will be moving into the jump. So as I said, lots of skiing still left to come. Easton Graves from Nova Scotia on the water. Skis with Ken and Jeff Flynn, Jack Travers and Nick Adams. Jeff Flynn is a name you don't hear as often anymore, but a very talented trick skier from the East Coast. So shout out to his coach, Jeff Flynn. Currently attends Millwood High School. It says he also trains occasionally with Brody Newton. So shout out to Brody. There's a guy I haven't seen in a long time. What a great human being, Brody Newton. Love my East Coast pals. But right now on the water, Easton making his way through his hand pass. He's gotten to the flip portion of his run. Here's backflip number 1, a little case of the wake. Well, looks like just a single backflip in his run. The ski line back in the front. Throwing a wake 5 back handle pass, maybe a Waco handle pass, but great stuff. That was probably the last trick in his run there. So anyone who's tuning along at home who's just joining us, we had slalom go down already earlier today. We named 4 Canadian Open champions. James Bryans, Elena Jones, Enzo Christian, and Sophia Pelkey all took home slalom titles. We've already seen our U21 men and our U21 women trick. We have not gotten those preliminary scores yet, but we'll get those to you as soon as we get them. Remembering that once the scores are released, there is a 30-minute review period before they become official. So it's going to be a little bit before I'm allowed to announce official winners. But 2 trickers left here in this division, and this will be Lyndon Panette, the second Panette that we've seen out there today. Big brother Lucas was out on the trick ski earlier. He was the top seed in his division, and we're still, like I said, waiting to see how that division shook out between him and Evan Kraus and Jacob Chambers. So the Pinette's one of my favorite parts of water skiing, is that family. Just so awesome. Oh no! And a bit of a strange fall there. I'm going to have to watch the replay, but disappointing fall there for Lyndon. He does get a second of 2 20-second passes. Qualified with a score of 2,660. Yeah, just over-rotated a little bit on that toe 5 back. So disappointing fall from him. I know I wanted to see a little bit more of what that toe pass had to offer, but we're going to pick him up, bring him back for pass number 2. Now he's got lots of points still left on the board, as I said. 2,660 to qualify. And we saw the 2 first skiers, Easton Graves and Jeremy Barton. We know they were right around that 2,000 point mark to qualify. Unfortunately, Lyndon's only going to have 1 pass to get it done here. Try and see if he can get himself onto the podium. Louis Coulier still sitting on the dock. And really, this division pretty close when you see how it all kind of shakes out. Louis was top seed with 3,000, and then you had Jeremy Barton with 1980. So all these skiers just right within the 1,000-point mark, so really anything can happen here. He's going to need to regroup. Likely going to need all of this pass and then some if he wants himself one of those spots on the podium. And so in this situation here is an interesting spot for skiers because he went down on that first trick in his toe pass. So he essentially has a score of 0 right now. And even that toe 5 back, because he fell, he hasn't been scored for it. So he could go back and do his toe pass all over again, or he could elect to do his hand pass. And essentially what he's going to do is some quick mental math. What pass do I have more points in? If he's got more points in the toe run, he's going to redo his toe run, which is what it looks like is the case out here. He still has that toe harness on, so it looks like he's going to repeat his first pass, the toe pass. Skiing out of Chimney Lake, Matt Reaney, Cole Grant, Terry Goodman, Conley, and Lucas Panette is who he lists as his coaches. Started competing at 7 years old. Lyndon, what were you doing before that? You were at the tournaments. And I'd just like to say thank you to his parents for always believing in him. Here we go. He's going to redo pass number 1. So we saw him have trouble with that first trick, the toe 5 back. Let's get through that and see the rest of this toe pass. There we go. The toe 5 back is done. Now he's got points on the board. Good. Now he's trying to tally as many points as he can to see if with 1 pass here he can steal himself a spot onto the podium. A little bit of a bobble there, but he's recovered. He's making his way through this pass nice and solid. Toe wake back to back. The toe wake front. He's making great time here, and he's motoring through this run. You know what? Looking at the points here, guys, that's going to be very, very close. That was probably around the 2,000-point mark in that pass. And, you know, we kind of saw where Jeremy Barton and Easton Graves were. So it's going to be very close here for that podium. Good, so that's the reverse toe wrap in here. Then he comes for the toe wake O. So super significant here. Again, credit and time completely dependent here. 3,090 potential points he got in that one run. So he could have just earned himself a spot, one of our podium spots, with just that single run. We're going to have to see, again, what the judges score him, but potentially he did do enough there, assuming that all of those tricks were in time and assuming that all of those tricks were credit. But we'll leave that up to the judges. But now our top seed, Louis Coulier, or Louis from Quebec, came in with a seed score of 3,020 points. You know, we just saw Lyndon Panette potentially score a 30-90 on his first pass, so Louis is going to need to get right around that mark if he wants to feel confident in taking this round down. So making his way through his hand run here into the wake 5 back, and it looks like he's pulling out for a flip here. And he lands the flip, and the surface 5, and the reverse. Great stuff from Louis. Stands up that first pass. Really all you could ask.
I don't want to publish the final.
Okay. Any trick skiers in the U21 division, U21 men, U21 women, your trick sheets are now available for review, so we will be able to get some potential preliminary scores here. Again, we're not going to be crowning any official winners till that 30-minute window has expired and the skiers have had a chance to go through and review their trick sheets, make sure everything was tallied accurately. But right now, U21 men, U21 women, if you tricked this morning, your trick sheets are now available for review for the next 30 minutes. So that timer has started. So 30 minutes from now, make sure you go check out your trick sheets. And as I check on the webcast there, a little chef's kiss from Louis there at the end of his run. Very happy with himself, and why not? He stood up that pass. You know, we saw Lyndon Panette, who was probably his biggest competition in this event, go down on his first trick. Regrouped quite well, still able to get, you know, potentially 3,000 points in that one run. But Louis knowing, hey, if I stand up both my runs here, I'm looking pretty good about taking home that coveted Junior Canadian Open title. We've already crowned 4 champions so far today. 8 more to go. 12 more to go, including overall. Okay, Louis from Quebec had a great stand-up pass, number 1. He's going to need most of this pass, number 2, to feel secure about taking home that title. Looking good and strong so far here at the start of this toe pass. Moving into the toe slides. A toe wake back to back, and toe wake front. So going down on the toe 5 front, so you can see a little bit of a disappointed hand slap there. So going to be very, very close there between Lyndon Panette and Louis from Quebec. And also going to be very close between Easton Graves and Jeremy Barton. So I'm very curious at how that's going to shake out. A very close, very interesting division. Of course, we're going to wait for our judges' official score cards before we claim anyone the winner. Sensational tricking from our under 17 boys division. And that means we have one trick division left. That will be the under 17 girls trick, where we have Britta Mueller, Sophia Leahy, and our slalom champion, Sophia Pelkey, looking to take home yet another title at just 12 years of age. So we'll have a slight delay post the trick event while we get the jump event set up. We get the ramp calibrated, we get the course all in, and the judges set in place. But we'll be rolling as quick as we can into the jump event following trick. This is our last event, and our first skier off the dock hopping in there should be Britta Mueller, qualified with 1,380 points. And then at Sophie Leahy with 3,160. And Sophia Pelkey, 4,290. Okay, on the water, Britta Mueller. This is her second event of the day. Starting off with some wake backs and fronts. And remember, today we are going to be playing some trivia. So between trick and jump, we're going to be doing some trivia questions, and then along through jump. And as the day goes, we have some prizes from Shuswap Ski and Board as well as Shalom Park we will be giving away. So our first question, our first trivia question. Actually, before I give the question, I need to figure out the official way we're going to be giving in our answers here. So those along in the chat, I think we might just be doing this trivia live. But you know what? Participate along if you know the answer to the question. Type it in the chat. We'll see what happens. But play along at home. Make sure you comment if you're cheering anyone on. Make sure you give them a shout out. I will try and pass on any communications you guys have. Anyone who's got a question, if you're a parent, an aunt, an uncle who doesn't know the sport of water skiing, feel free to ask me questions. It is my job to be able to answer them. I'm assuming most of our audience already knows the sport, but you know, you never know. And I'm happy to teach. But we see the replay of Britta Mueller, and great first pass here. See as she comes around on that surface 5 into a set of side slides. And there you go, easy as that. She stands up that first pass with a pretty nice understated smile, a little head nod. Yeah, I guess that was okay. Okay, Britta Mueller on the water. Now she's on her toe pass. Stand up first pass. Looks like she's got all of her toe tricks in. Now she's going to try and get a few more points on the board. Maybe redo some of those tricks she wasn't quite confident on with credit in the first pass. Almost going down there, but a great recovery from her. Into the wake back-to-back catch and an edge. Great skiing from Britta Mueller. I think that's going to exceed the score she got in the preliminary round. We're obviously waiting to see, but it looked like she was a little bit further down the course there. I tallied more than 1,380 points. I think she's going to be right around that mark. Close to the 1,500 point mark, possibly. So 2 skiers left here in the trick event. Sophie Leahy and Sophia Pelkey. Sophie qualified with that 31.60 with a backup score of 29.40. So consistent first round skiing from her. And Sophia Pelkey with a 42.90 as well as a backup of 3,900. So if Sophie wants to put the pressure on Sophia, going to need a little bit more than she got in round number 1. There's 3 skiers in this event, so our podium's already shaken out. We know these girls are all going to be on the podium. We're just trying to figure out the order and the color of the medals they will receive. There's a good shot of the young lady who's already got one title today, Sophia Pelkey on the dock. And we have Sophie Leahy from Quebec. I'm going to find out I'm saying her name wrong too, just like Louise as well. She's going to turn into Sophie from Quebec as well. But no, Sophie Leahy. Here she is making her way through her toe pass. Looking good so far. Oh! And the announcer jinxed her right as I said that going down. So the boat will pick her up. She's got another pass. Let's just watch on the replay here. So it was a good start. Really solid. Toe 5 back. Looked great. It's into the toe surface spins here. Lists her coaches here is Jarrett Llewellyn, Cole Grant, and Benoit Allard. So big shout out to Benoit. Runs a great program out in Quebec. Lots of great talent has come out from that camp, and pretty much if there's a name on the starting list from Quebec, you know that they likely started at Ben's or trained with Ben. So a huge shout out to Ben, one of our top coaches in Canada. Love to see the stuff that he's doing out there in Quebec. Sophie being another product of that. So a little bit of an early fall there on pass number 1. You know, she did have a pretty good buffer with that 31.60 ahead of Britta Mueller's 13.50. So still lots of opportunity for her to maintain this second place spot here. Oh my goodness, I thought she was going to do a flip there for a second. It's like, no way she's just going to throw a flip going down the length. That'd be pretty cool. A little risky maneuver because, of course, if she did fall, even during those wake jumps right now, and if she was to fall prior to the first pass, unfortunately, that would count as her second pass. So sometimes, you know, you see skiers doing a little bit of a warm-up. Sometimes they might do wake jumps, backs and fronts. You know, you got to make sure that you're pretty confident with those tricks because, you know, heaven forbid something happens, and you know they do happen from time to time, and you go down. Unfortunately, that would count as your fall in pass number 2. So when I saw her pulling out there, I was like, oh my goodness, is she going to go for a backflip? And she didn't. She did the sensible thing and just jumped the wakes. So on the water, Sophie Leahy, pass number 2 here in the finals at the 2024 Canadian Open. Good, making quick work of this hand pass. You can see nice, fast transition from trick to trick. And that really showcases a skier's balance. When you can move quick to trick from trick to trick like that, means you have your access sorted out and going down on the line back there. So a little bit of a disappointed fist pump into the water there. You can tell she wanted more. We're going to wait for the judges' scorecards, but I think that's going to be fairly close now between Sophie and Britta Mueller with one skier left on the dock. So both our U17 divisions here are going to wrap up right down to the wire. It's going to be up to the judges. But super exciting stuff so far as I get those preliminary scores. I know right now they've released the scores for the U21 men. So those trick sheets are out for review. And you can see here just getting a little bit squatted on that line back, actually sitting right on the tail of her ski there as she goes down into the water. Such a difficult trick, but I've mentioned a few times on the webcast, I absolutely love line tricks. Now, I believe I told a lie yesterday. I think I said that my wife can do a wake line back-to-back and the reverse, and she corrected me yesterday. She cannot do the reverse. But she can do a wake line back-to-back, which is my favorite trick. So love to see the line tricks still in the sport. Unfortunately, that one giving Sophie a bit of trouble. But I believe we will see her again on the jump ramp. Yes, we will. All three of these girls skiing all three events. So great to see the entire division of 3 U17 girls all skiing in all 3 events. But right now, she's already got a slalom title under her belt, and she's looking to get another one. Right now, Sophia Pelkey on the water. And you can see the tenacity in this young lady, moving so fast from trick to trick. Like right there, no hesitation. Her head was still down. She throws that leg up and over the rope with no hesitation whatsoever. Here we go, making her way through that hand pass, stand-up hand pass, easy as you like. So great start from her. She's looking to take home her 2nd title of the day. And just to remind you folks viewing at home, this young lady is only 12 years old. So could be skiing in the U14 division, which of course we don't have here at this event. So that's forced her to go out and ski in the U17 division because that's the only division we have. And so cool to see her in slalom shortening at 55 kilometers an hour instead of what she would normally be doing at 52, taking the slalom title with that score of 4 buoys at 16 meters 22 off. And now she's already gone out there. She stood up that hand pass. She was moving quite quickly. I don't think time is going to be an issue on that run. And great stuff from her so far here at the start of the 2024 Junior Canadian Open. What do these Pelkeys eat, man? They are so clutch. My goodness, that was a great performance from her. She's got 1 pass left. She's going to need, I don't think she needs to stand up here. She had that bit of a buffer, came in with a 42.90 ahead of Sophie Leahy's 31.60, knowing that Sophie and Britta went down. Britta probably right around where she did in round number in the prelims at 13.80. Sophie may be a little bit down from that. So Sophia knowing, hey, I'm probably already pretty close. A few tricks into this pass, she's already probably has the title in hand. But again, she's also an overall skier. She's going to be looking to improve that overall score. And this young lady doesn't seem like the type who does anything but full steam ahead. She's full send. She's all gas. She's no brakes. And right now on the water, Sophia Pelkey, I think, unofficially, she's already done enough. I think this will be her 2nd title of the day. Look at her go. Can she stand this run up? Yes, she can. 2 stand-up passes for Sophia Pelkey. And unofficially, we're going to say that was enough to crown her 2nd title of the day here in U17, just 12 years of age. Love to see it. Absolutely love to see it. The future is bright with this young lady. And I hope big sister Megan's kind of watching little sister going like, oh, smokes. Got to keep training because sure enough, soon enough, Megan, little sister's going to be knocking on the door. She's hot on your heels. She's skiing great and wicked to see from the young Sophia Pelkey. So that does conclude the trick event. We are now going to wait. The judges are going to finish judging tricking. So we're probably on maybe a 15 to 20 minute delay if you're following along on the webcast prior to starting the jump event. So the jump event is next. So stay tuned. Don't go anywhere. But we will be getting scores for you in just a few minutes. And we will start the first round of our trivia prior to the start of jump. But the jump event coming out next.
If you've been there, you know Shuswap Ski and Board is Canada's #1 water sports pro shop. They have what's needed for an amazing, fun-filled summer, and you can take it home immediately. Shuswap Ski and Board on 58th Avenue Southeast in Calgary, on Main Street in Sicamous, and online at skiandboard.ca. Remember, it's always summer at Shuswap Ski and Board.
Okay, for those of you following along at home on the webcast, I've been teasing this for a little while, and anyone on site, I'm going to give you guys 1 minute to log into our webcast because we're going to do our first round of trivia, Shalom Park trivia. And what we're going to do is it is going to be the first person with the correct answer to message me on the live chat on YouTube. So I'm monitoring the live chat, so those of you watching along at home, those of you who haven't muted me, because if you've muted me now, you're not going to get a chance to win a Shoe Swap ski and board prize. Going to be a gift card, courtesy of our sponsor, Shoe Swap Ski and Board. So we're going to give everybody about 1 minute here before we go with our first trivia question here at the Shoe Swap Ski and Board Shalom Park Trivia. You know what? I don't know if it was a minute, but we're going to go ahead with question number 1 because we're going to try and reward our online viewers for logging in online. So question number 1. How many world championships have been held at Shalom Park and in what years? So how many world championships have been held here at Shalom Park and in what years? If you know the answer to that question, please type it into the live chat. First person with the answer will receive a Shoe Swap Ski and Board prize in the form of a gift card. I know the answer. Can I win the gift card? No, I cheated. I asked Ken Nelson the answer prior. So we're on the live stream. So far, no takers on the answer to how many world championships and in what years were those world championships here. Now, for bonus points, you could tell me which world championships they were, but the bonus points don't mean anything. That's not really what I'm asking. Sean Krause, you are disqualified from this competition, even though you tried to answer. Sean Krause, disqualified. If your last name's Krause, you can't compete, unfortunately. It is cheating, Sean. But there we go. Sean's listening. Sean wants to win a prize, and you know what? If no one answers in a certain time, maybe Sean is going to get that prize from Shoe Swap Ski and Board. So following along at home. Oh, we have a winner. Those answers came in neck and neck. And I'm so excited about this winner, guys. The winner of our first trivia question, Parnell Panett, with the 2 correct answers and the bonus points. So 2. One was in 1996. That was the Junior World Championships. And then the 2019 Under-21 World Championship. So congratulations to Parnell Panett. Special mention to Jason Barton, who he also almost came up with the correct answers. He had 97 in 2019. And then Goober Bear 13 had the 2019 World Juniors. So congratulations, Parnell. We've got a few questions left. We're going to throw those out kind of as the jump event goes on. But a huge shout out to Shoe Swap Ski and Board for the idea and coming up with this idea for the trivia and supporting the webcast. But our first winner, Parnell Panett. So exciting. Par, you won something too. Your kids are winning everything. Now you can win something. It's a great day. But that was question number 1. So Shalom Park has had 2 world championships in the past. 1996 Junior World Championships and then the 2019 Under-21 World Waterski Championships. And I had the pleasure of being here for the 2019 Under-21 Worlds. The 19 Under-21 Worlds, and just the performances that happened in that event, just unbelievable. I think 5 of 8 possible world records were broken at that event. Joe Poland was, I think, 5 overall points from his first World Open overall record that he got here at the Junior World or at the Under 21 World Championship. So, such a memorable tournament, one of my favorite that I've ever been to, and just so many memorable performances. Jamie Bull as well comes to mind. Winning the slalom and setting the record in slalom.
Special mention to Jason Barton. He also almost came up with the correct answers. He had 97 in 2019. And then
Okay, so Parnell will be in contact. We'll get a hold of you, and you will receive your gift card to Shoe Schwab Ski and Board. And, with how many kids that guy's got skiing, there's a guy who needs a gift card from a place like Shoe Schwab Ski and Board, So congratulations to him. We do have a few more questions that will be rolling out as the day goes on. Raffling off or giving out the prize of a Shoe Schwab Ski and Board gift card at the
If you've been there, you know Shoe Schwab Ski and Board is Canada's #1 water sports pro shop. They have what's needed for an amazing, fun-filled summer, and you can take it home immediately. Shoe Schwab Ski and Board on 58th Avenue Southeast in Calgary, on Main Street in Sycamoose, and online at skiandboard.ca. Remember, it's always summer at Shoe Schwab Ski and Board.
Okay, we are just a few minutes from getting underway here. I can see the towboat is pulled away from the dock. I can see a skier ready to get their skis on. We are in our men's U21 jump event. 4 jumpers: Jacob Chambers, James Bryans, Chase Sparks, and Lucas Panette. So we're just finishing up the review period for our U21 and U17 trick events that happened just a few minutes ago. And as soon as we get those official scores, I will get them to you folks at home, and we will be announcing our champions. 4 confirmed champions already in the slalom event. Those, of course, were James Bryans, Elena Jones, Sophia Pelkey, and Enzo Christian. So those were our 4 slalom champs. We did conclude the trick round as well, but we're still waiting on the review period to close so we can get those scores out to you. But we are now a go here in the jump event. Our first U21 men, Jacob Chambers, qualified with a 50.5 meter jump. So we've talked about conditions a little bit as the weekend has gone on, and looking at the conditions out there right now, a little bit of a tailwind has picked up. I wouldn't say it's very strong. We're talking 5 miles an hour maybe that's blowing out of the tailwind, but obviously the jumpers always prefer to have the wind taking off into their face, into the headwind, so the wind kind of the reverse direction here. So not the most ideal conditions, but not too much of a wind to speak of. And, at a major event like this, it's the time to get it done, and, the wind might not be ideal, but it's the finals. It's about going out, getting it done, and we will be crowning 4 2024 Junior Canadian champions in the U21 men, U21 women, U17 girls, and U17 boys divisions. And here he comes into the course, our first jumper, Jacob Chambers. Name of the game in the jump event is he who lands farthest from the ramp is the winner. Now, many different ways to go far. We'll talk about it as the event goes. You need speed, you need height, and then you need to lean over those big skis and get some flight. Jacob Chambers in the course here on jump number 1. You could see he was super late there on jump 1, maybe starting a little bit hard, getting after it kind of right out of the turn. But I like the aggressive setup there on jump number 1. We had the legend of Jim Clooney up here earlier explaining kind of some of the mentality of that first jump, and sometimes just wanting to take the first one maybe a little bit easier, kind of just make sure you get onto the ramp, get the feel of the conditions, and then kind of push it on jumps 2 and 3. But then he talked about the likes of, the Freddie Krugers and the Joel Polans and some of those guys who they go out right from jump number 1. They've got their plan, they've got their spot, and they execute. So we saw there from Jacob Chambers kind of taking the ladder approach there and being nice and aggressive on jump number 1. And the good thing that does for a jumper when you're nice and late on jump number 1 is you know where you're at. If you're a little bit late, it's a lot easier to maybe back it up at the 600, 5 feet to give yourself that little bit of buffer room. That's far easier than the alternative, which is if you're way too early on jump number 1, a lot of the times if you now don't have the speed in the turn, so your skis aren't going to come around a little as much, and you might get pulled onto the corner, and so you kind of get a little bit of negative or kind of reverse feedback if you go too easy on that first jump, and it can be hard on jumps 2 and 3 to adjust. So love to see that from Jake. Kind of came out right away on jump number 1, was super aggressive. So here he comes in for jump number 2. So he's going to make that pull out. This is what we call a double wake cut here. So he makes the full pull to the right. First pull to the left. Now he's making the big pull out to the right-hand towboat, side of the towboat. Turned about 20 feet before that 600-foot buoy down there. So backed it up a little bit on this jump, and he looks like he's in a better spot. Much better spot. Up and over the ramp, so he's got to ride this out to get a score on the board. He's got a score on the board. So we'll be getting those distances to you as soon as I have them. So 45.9 meters on jump number 1, 45.9. We calculated then that's 150 feet. So 150, so 45.9. So a little bit down from where he was in that preliminary round. So a pass on jump 159.5, 150 feet and 7 inches for any of you Americans out there. Okay, Jacob Chambers, jump number 3, 2 jumps on the board. 1 jump left. It's the farthest of 3, of course, that counts here in the jump event. So the farthest of the 3 jumps is the one that's going to count. And here we go. He's later on jump number 2, so he's got the speed on this one. He's much better spot in the course. A little bit of a slip on the ramp. He didn't quite get all of the ramp, but you could see from the landing how much more speed he had. He got more height than the previous jump. That's going to be his best jump of the set. I can almost guarantee it. Is it going to be the 50 meters he had in the preliminary round? I'm not sure about that. But a great start to our jump. 48.8 meters. So 48.8 for Jacob Chambers. So 48.8 meters to start off this jump event. That is 160 feet, 1 inch. So 160 feet plus 1 inch for Jacob Chambers. That is our first jumper. 4 in this division. And next up, we already saw this young man take home 1 title here this morning, taking home the slalom title with a very impressive 2.5 buoys on the 10.75. Coming up next is going to be James Bryans, qualified with a 53.6 meter jump, and we've had James come up and talk to us a little bit up here in the booth, and I had a chance to have dinner with him last night, and he was saying that, you know, he's had a little bit of trouble in the jump event with going up into the speed, into that 57 kilometer an hour speed, that full speed. So he's got the boat right now at 33 miles an hour, which is sort of one up from where the juniors are and kind of one down from where the pro men speed jump. He's felt really kind of getting his confidence back there. And when we talked about that distance that he had in the preliminary round, that 53.6 meter jump actually equaled his personal best, but from when he was jumping, you know, as a junior at the slower speed. And, you know, said he's had a few mishaps, a few spills off the ramp that have affected his confidence a little bit, but he looked confident in the preliminary round with that jump. At 53 meter jump, and did let me know that if things feel good here in the finals, everything on jump, you know, 1 and 2 feels good, that he might potentially bump the boat speed up for his third. So I'll kind of be listening to the radio for that. But here he is on the water, James Bryans. Okay, James Bryans on the water. He's going for a 3/4 weight cut, so a little bit of a different approach than we saw from Jacob Chambers. So he's going to take 1 less cut, that first approach out to the left-hand side. Now he makes that right-hand turn into the bottom of the ramp, driving in through the bottom, kicking up off the top. Good, right around the same distance, I think, from Jacob Chambers, maybe a little bit down from that. So a good warm-up jump, and really important to note, conditions a little bit different from where the boys had it in the preliminary round. We have that little hint of a tailwind that's picked up. I don't think it's anything that's really going to play too much havoc with them, other than, you know, maybe affecting their timing a little bit. So I think on jump 1 there, he was just out feeling his time out. So 46.1, so 46.1 meters, 151 feet and 3 inches. So 151 foot 3 inch jump for James Bryans. He's already got 1 gold medal in the bag. He is our slalom champion. He's looking to get on to this jump podium here. He's got 2 jumpers on the dock behind him in Chase Sparks and Lucas Panette. And when we look here, Chase Sparks was just ahead of him with a 53.9. So a very, very tight battle between the 53.6 from James Bryans and that 53.9 from Chase Sparks. So be very interesting to see how this final kind of plays out. Those guys are neck and neck. When we look at our top seed, Lucas Panette came in with that round 1 score of 59.6. He actually went 60.3 meters in the second round, so exceeding 60 meters. So Lucas has got a pretty good buffer here. He's almost got 7 meters ahead of the competition. So it's almost kind of right now a competition where between Jacob Chambers, James Bryans, and Chase Sparks for those remaining spots on the podium. But here he is. He's definitely into the course more on this one, so he's later. He's got more speed, and he gets the kick. There we go. That's more of the jump he's looking for. That's going to be right up and around the 50-meter mark. Not quite the 53.7 we saw from round number 1. So, again, maybe that wind playing a little bit of havoc on these jumpers. Just really with their confidence. I don't think there's anything here that would really ill affect their distances with that wind. It's just very, very slight. But sometimes that can affect the jumper's confidence out there. So 50.1 meters. I'm officially dialed in. The judges can go home. I'll just call the distances from here. 164 feet 4 inches. So 164 4 inches is 50.1 meters. So he's still got at least 3 meters left in the tank here. And, he's going to want to put the pressure on Chase Sparks. He's a super competitive young man, loves to ski well. And, I do just want to give a little shout out to him about the camaraderie we saw in the slalom event. Him and Evan, best friends and competing together. He went out, he threw a pretty big score out there at the 2.5 at 10.75. And as he's watching, he's on the webcast with me. And, Evan falls and he's just devastated. He says, oh, man. Not realizing, I don't think, that he won, right? He was actually more disappointed for his friend than he was actually excited that he'd actually got out and done enough to win. And I really think that speaks to his character and kind of speaks to that friendship that him and Evan have. So really cool to see. And let's see what he can do here on jump number 3. I didn't hear anything about an increase in boat speed, so I think we're still here at the 33-mile-an-hour speed. Getting a little bit of an upper body crush, and I think we're going to be right around that same distance. So just losing a little bit on the ramp. And, jumping is that game of inches where it's all about that precise body position. If you can think these jumpers hitting the ramp, 60 miles an hour in excess and traveling from kind of the soft, flat surface of the water to that hard ramped, slippery surface of the jump ramp. Body position so critical. If you're just a millimeter off when you go to straighten those legs, that power is not going to transfer through your legs and actually elevate you into the air. And you can just see him losing a little bit of distance there. Just like I said, 49.3 meters. So 50.1 will be his farthest. That's 164 feet. 2 jumpers left, so that does unofficially put him on the podium. So already 1 gold medal. Can do no worse than bronze here. So he's done a sensational job so far. Had a great tournament. And our next jumper to be coming up will be Chase Sparks. And while Chase goes down the lake, we're going to go into our second trivia question here at the Shuswap Ski and Board Shalom Trivia Extravaganza that I just named. So here is question number 2. How many world records or world tournament records have been set here at Shalom Park? Now, those of you listening to the webcast, I gave a little bit away because I did mention how many were set at one particular tournament, but we know there have been more tournaments and more records set here, so I didn't give away the answer. But on the chat, the first person to tell me successfully how many world records have been set here at Shalom, whether it being an outright world record or a world tournament record, how many records? And if you actually name who got the records and the record, you will get my personal love and admiration. But you won't get any more money. The prize is still the same. But a huge shout out to Shuswap Ski and Board for coming up with this idea and having this really fun kind of interactive thing that we can do, kind of teach people a little bit about the lake. The number of world records, I guarantee you, is going to be a number that impresses you. It just showcases how amazing this facility is. And, yeah, love to see the support from Shuswap Ski and Board. But right now on the water, we have Chase Sparks. So our second top seed in this event. Coming in for jump number 1 and passing on jump number 1. You can see the wind just a little bit up on that one, and those jump skis being so long, they just carry so much speed and you glide for so long. Just a little bit of a change, a 5-mile-an-hour wind to into your chest, it might slow you down that 5 feet more, and you switch that wind around, you blow it at your tail, at your back, it might push you that 5 feet further down the lake. So timing a little bit challenging when the conditions are different like that. So Chase electing to pass on jump number 1. We saw the same thing with Jacob Chambers. So obviously differing conditions from the prelims to the finals, but Jacob was able to regroup fairly quickly. Got a great score on the board. He's currently in that second place spot. But again, we're looking on the chat for the answer of how many world records, including world tournament records, have been set here at Slalom Park. Remember, cash, gift card at Shuswap Ski and Board on the line. I wish I could play along. I could use a little help getting a new pair of bindings. My wife asked if she could play, but I did say someone might say something if my wife wins all the gift cards. So, Janice, unfortunately, I've been told officially you're not allowed to win. Oh, we have one guess here from Jason Barton of 7, which is not the correct answer. So good job to Jason Barton, but 7 is not the correct answer. Looking for the correct answer of how many world records have been set here at Slalom Park. Chase Sparks on the water. I think this timing looks a lot better. It does. Up, over, and I think that's going to be our new leader. Does look from my vantage point like he sailed a good bit past where we saw James Bryans. I really like the way that Chase rides his skis. I was up here earlier or yesterday with Jim Clooney, and Jim just had a lot of really good things to say about the way Chase kind of structured his set. 52 meters right off the bat on jump number 2. So a pass on jump 1. He regrouped. He found his timing. He goes out 52 meters, which is 170 feet, 7 inches. So 170 feet, 7 inches. For Chase, moves him into the lead. He can now do no worse than second. Does mean that James Bryans can do no worse than third, with one jumper left on the dock, our top seed. And we're just 2 jumpers away from being able to... Trevsky says there has been 1 world record here, which he's not incorrect, but that is not the total. We're also looking for a combination of world records and world tournament records. So Trevsky 65, you are correct. One of these records was an outright world record. Just for fun times, do you remember who that was? Trevsky 65. We'll keep the discussion going here as we don't have the right answer. Chase is in a great position here. This should be a really good jump, and it is. Up and over. And that's going to be right in that mid 50 meters. I'm going to go with 55 meters there on my prediction. What a great jump. You could see how much more pull he got off the ramp there. He was about 10 feet later at the bottom, making his turn from where I'm kind of sitting up here in the event center. And there you go, 54 meters for him. 54 meters on jump number 3. That's going to be the farthest of the set. That moves him into the lead with 177 feet. So 54 meters is 177 feet, 2 inches. With one jumper left to go. He is our top seed. He did exceed the 60-meter barrier in the preliminary round for just the second time. It was 197 feet. looking to get that elusive 200-foot mark, and he's knocking on the door. He looks like any one of these jumps could be the jump. He's looking so strong, so consistent. We talked a little bit last year. He was plagued with some injuries that kept him off the water, and those seem to be behind him. He's come out so strong this year, and mostly known for his jumping. When we talk about Panette, we're almost always going to be talking about the jump event because that's what they're best at. But I have just been blown away with his improvement in all three events here, with 3 buoys at 11.25 in slalom, over 8,000 in trick, and knocking on that 200-foot barrier. Super elite skiing from him. This is his first year in the under 21 division, and already just taking huge leaps every time he's out. So awesome to see. So Trebsky 65, I'm going to help you out here. So we're having a little discussion in the chat. I still don't have the right answer for how many world records or world tournament records have been set here. One open men's overall record was set here at the 2000 Western Canadian Championships, and that was, of course, Jarrett Llewellyn. So a world overall record at one point held here at Shalom Park, and what that means is that is the best single overall round a human had ever achieved at the time, and it's no surprise that Jarrett was able to do it here. You match up a talent like Jarrett Llewellyn with a lake like Shalom Park, and world records are always going to be potential. So here we go, jump number 1, Lucas Panette. And there you go, ladies and gentlemen. There's our champ. Easy as that. It wasn't really, I wasn't really concerned for him. I figured he'd probably do it on jump number 1, and that looked like a just super easy, feel it out. There is that little bit of a tailwind, so I'm sure he just wanted to feel that first jump, feel what the tips felt like in the air. 56.4. So 56.4. He's our champion right there. So you can put your hands together, 2024 Junior Canadian Open champion. But this young man is set up here at Shalom Park. He knows what a great site this is. He knows exactly that he could do it today. The conditions are set up. The boat is set up. The ramp is set up. He came so close to doing it in both rounds of the prelims. He's not going to back off here. There's no way he's going back to the dock here with that win. I think, honestly, for him, the win at this event is a little bit secondary. I think he's a little bit out there competing for himself. We saw he had that huge, already a 3-meter buffer above the competition. So he's kind of, almost in a league of his own here in this competition, and really competing with himself. And I think the thing he's competing with mostly here is that 200-foot barrier. So I think that's really going to be the grand prize for him, and really what he's got his sights set on. Getting to talk to him after his set, just dialed in, kind of gave a pretty concise take of how his set went and what he needed to improve on, what he did well, and what he was going to work on. Let's see if he can make the adjustments here. He's got some work to do to get to that 60-meter mark, 56.4, and he's in a much later position here. A lot more speed. Oh, that is going to be very, very close. I'm going to say that's going to be about 59 meters, just looking about where that greenish buoy is over there. We have a 58.5 from Ken Nelson. I think Ken might be closer than me on this one, but we'll see. Eyes on that scoreboard. He's got one jump left. Guys, on the shore, let's put our hands together. Let's get him pumped up here. He's got one more jump to get himself over that barrier. So we are waiting on that distance. He was looking for the scoreboard just like I was. So he knows it's close. He wouldn't have looked like that if he didn't think it was close. And if you're following along on the chat, we are still waiting for the answer to how many world records or world tournament records have been set here at the beautiful Shalom Park. We had Jason Barton guess 7, which was the incorrect answer. 58.9. Ken, we were almost split the difference between the two of us. So right on. Ken and I are dialed in with our distances here. 58.9. So he's got a little bit left. You can see the improvements he made from jump 1 to jump 2. He's got to make those same improvements here from jump 2 to jump 3 if he wants to get it done. He's got one more jump left, guys. 193-foot second jump. Lucas Panette, he's in a great spot, similar to where he was on jump number 2. He's got the speed. Oh, boy, that's going to be right there. I think that's a little bit further. I think we're going to be up into the 60, into that kind of 59 to right around that 60-meter mark. I don't know if it's enough. I hope it's enough. We're going to wait for the judges' score, but what consistent jumping from him. You know, I know he wants to get it done, but he's doing exactly what he needs to, which is to go out there to put himself in the course for literally all 9 jumps that I saw him. 60 meters even. So 60 meters even, so close. But again, when you're at that mark, you know, sometimes you can see when you're trying to shoot for 200, a lot of the times these jumpers get pretty inconsistent. The numbers go up and down as they push too hard. And the fact that he's out there consistently pushing that bounds to that 60-meter mark, I believe that's his 3rd jump now this season over 60 meters, just unbelievable stuff. And that's really all you can ask is he's putting himself in the course. He's getting himself set up for that jump, nice and consistent. It's going to happen any day for him. And, you know, kind of what I'm seeing out here from him, in my opinion, is I think once he hits that 200-foot barrier, I think that's going to go pretty quickly, and I think we're going to see some jumps a little bit further into the 200s. His fundamentals are flawless. He's looking strong on his skis, and yeah, can't wait to see what distances come from him for the rest of the season. So congratulations, huge performance from Lucas Panette. He is our 2024 Junior Canadian Open Jump Champion in men's U21. 3 more jump titles still left to claim. Our next division will be the boys U17. So I believe all of our U17 boys who are skiing here in the finals are all at the 5.5-foot ramp height, but I'll need confirmation from our judges. So I do not think we need to change ramp heights here. I think we'll be able to go. Ooh, Cam Panette with a guess here. 12 world records. Wow. Very optimistic, Cam. Not 12. That is not the answer. So still answer up for grabs. I don't know, pretty soon I'm gonna let my wife chime in here where Janice might be able to start participating if we don't start getting some answers. Oh, 6 world records, not the right answer. If I was in the chat right now, Ken, I'd just start typing in numbers. You know, someone's gonna get it right. Yeah. So nothing has come up with 6 world records, so still no correct answer. Ooh, I'm good at trivia questions. No, your name, you have a Kraus. The Krauses were deemed ineligible. Christy Kraus asked if she's able to join. Oh. Now, this is not the official way to give your answer, but I did get the right answer via text message from someone, Bradley Gibbons. But Bradley, it's got to be in this chat. We got to follow the rules. Oh, Bradley says we can't count him. Okay, well, Bradley knows the answer. I don't know how he knows the answer. I've got the sheet here, so that's oh, Cam Panette says 9. Easton, 9. No, not 9. We're getting close, though, guys, on the webcast for a Schwab Ski on Board gift card. How many world tournament or world records have been set here at Shalom Park? We know one of those was Jarrett Llewellyn in 2000, the world overall record. But how many others? Paul Wesley Corey with 10. The answer is not 10. But I have officially now got the correct answer from Easton. The correct answer, 8 world records. 8 world records. And I challenge you, I bet you there are very few lakes in the world that's got to be within the top 2 or 3 single lakes with individual single world records. I'd probably put this place up there. Maybe Jack Travers comes to mind as another facility. That's really it.
How many in the 2019 under 21 World Championships?
So that was a great question. I don't know if you guys can hear that from Ken Nelson, but he said how many of those records were set at the under 21 World Championships in 2019? The answer for that one was 5, which is unbelievable considering there's only 8 possible world records that could have been broken at that event. 5 of them were broken, and 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5 I think are still the current world under 21 world tournament records. So I think all 5 of those records still stand as the current. And we're going to read them out. So the correct answer was 8, and the first person I see here with that number is Easton. So congratulations to Easton. We'll be in contact with that prize from Shuswap Ski and Board. So first world record set here was Chris Parrish, all the way back at that 1996 World Championships with 3 buoys at 10.7, so 3 at 39. Second world record here was in 2000. We talked about that. That was Jarrett Llewellyn. That was the overall record at the Westerns. And then we have those 5 world records that went down at the 2019 Under 21 World Championships. Pato Font, 11.510. Jamie Bull, I will never forget that performance. 5 buoys at 10.75. We had Anna Gay, 10,530. Daniel Volchenko, 11,530. And then both overall U21 overall records were set here by Anna Gay and Joel Poland. And what was crazy about Joel's record was not only was it the U21 tournament record, not only is it the current U21 overall record that has ever been set, it was, I think, maybe 10 or 15 points from the open overall record while he was out here competing in U21. He obviously went out and has now surpassed that world record, and he is the current world record holder. But yeah, we got a chance to see him in 2019 showcase his stuff. And we've now moved into the boys U17 division, and on the water is Lyndon Panette with a 37.5 on jump 1, looking great on jump number 2. So good jumping from him there. Jump number 1, 37.5. It's 123 feet. So 123 from him on jump number 1. I think a little bit better on jump number 2. It is 40.3 meters. So good jump from him, 40.3. There are, of course, 4 skiers in each one of our finals, so he is the first off the dock. Following him, we have Max Strilchuk, our slalom champion, Enzo Christian, and our top seed in this event was Samson Clooney. So Lyndon in round 1 had a 40.5. Now he has a 40.3, so he's right around where he was in the preliminary round. Wind has been, a little bit up and down. We've had maybe just tiny little gusts of tailwind roll through, but almost nothing to speak of right now. Kind of almost getting a little hot up here in the event center. Might have to take my hoodie off. So that's a good sign for these jumpers, that wind dying down ever so slightly. And you can see that right away from Lyndon. We saw some of our under 21 men, with the exception of with Lucas being a little bit back from where they were in that preliminary round, and I think they were being a little hesitant because of that tailwind. That's died down now. Lyndon right in where he was in the preliminary round. So let's see what he can do here on jump number 3. Good kick off the top. I don't quite think that was what he got on jump number 2. He looked a little bit on his heels coming off the top of the ramp there. I don't know if he got all of his kick, which kind of cost him a little bit of height. So 3 jumps in the books. We'll look to the scoreboard. 40.4, so I was wrong. 40.4, so a little bit further. 0.1 of a meter further. 1/10 of a meter off where he was in the first round. 132 feet, 6 inches. So 132-foot third jump, so that is his farthest of the set. Next up, we will have Max Strilchuk, who qualified with 42.6. Then Enzo Christian with that 45.4. And our top seed, Samson Clooney, 46.3 meters. So super excited to see each one of those young skiers coming up next. Looks like Max Strilchuk getting his skis on. Maximum boat speed in this boys U17 division is 51 kilometers an hour. Max boat speed is 5.5 feet, which is where the jumpers are right now. So 3 jumpers left. 1 will go home as our 2024 Junior Canadian Open champion. We already have 1 jump champion, and that was Lucas Panette. So big congratulations to Lucas. And we should be any minute now closing up on the the results from the trick event. So hopefully we'll get word from those judges on those trick scores, and we'll be able to announce to you guys in just a few minutes how everything shook out after our trick event. But right now it's all about the jump, and right now it's all about Max Strilchuk on the water. You know, we saw Lyndon Panette go out 40.4, tenth of a meter off what he did in the preliminary round. So we look down on the dock down there. We see Jim Clooney down there giving him some advice, kind of giving him some timing about where to go at the 600-foot buoy. You know, and that's that crucial advice you can get as you go down the lake. You got a guy like Jim Clooney sitting there. He's done so many thousands of jumps and major competitions. And as a young skier in U17, you get that advice going down, kind of telling you where to go. It's going to build your confidence, number one. And, you know, you're going to have faith that, hey, that's probably where I should go if that's what Jim's telling me. So great advice, and to get the best guy you'd want down on the shore. I believe he coaches all three of these last jumpers, all skiing at the Saskatoon Waterski Club. It's just been amazing to see what those guys have, the program they've built out there and how it's paying off with some just great skiers. And here we go, Max Strilchuk on jump number 1. Oh, he's late on this one. He's got lots of speed right on the corner. Ooh, Max Strilchuk came to play. So you can see right from the turn there, I think he probably went a little bit hard out of the turn there. That was, you know, he was in the course, lots of speed. It's kind of where you want to be on jump number 1 in the finals. He wasn't messing around, and maybe got pulled a little bit onto the corner there, so not able to get all of his lift, but certainly had the speed. And then that's where now he gets to look to the shore, look to Jim Clooney, get some advice. So 41.3, so already 41.3 meters. You know, and he left quite a bit of distance on the ramp there, so. To 135 feet 6 inches, 41.3. That does unofficially move him into the lead. So Lyndon Panette was our first jumper at 40.4. Now it's Max Strilchuk into the lead with a 41.3. Qualified with a 42.6. So he's got more left in the tank. He got that little bit of word of encouragement, a little bit of tips from Coach Jim down on shore. Let's see if he's able to execute here. Nice and wide here. So I think he backed it up a little bit of the 600-foot buoy. I think he's a tad earlier on this jump. I think he's going to be able to get his legs. I think that was a much better jump, more what he was looking for. I don't think he quite had the speed that he did on the jump before, but he wasn't on the corner. And you can see here from our video replay as we watch, he was able to drive much better onto the ramp here, and you can see him get that kick. Maybe a tiny upper body crush as I watch the slow motion replay. But a nice solid jump for him on jump number 2. 41.8, so it was a little bit further. So again, lacking that speed a little bit, but gaining with the height. And now he's got one more jump left to try and put it together. So that's 137 feet, 1 inch, 41.8 meters. So he's going to be looking to put the pressure on. You know, there's a bit of a gap between him and Enzo and Christian. Enzo and Christian were kind of neck and neck, kind of almost those two competing. And then, you know, when you look at the scores, we had Max and Lyndon competing. But, you know, looking at the jumps that Max has here, like he's capable of putting a jump out in that like 43, 44 meter range and getting right up close to where Enzo and Samson were. And there's always, when you're sitting on the dock, you know, you do have a little bit of a tailwind, and one of those earlier seed guys pops off a massive jump. It can really kind of change things and make jumpers have to change their plan. So he's got a great opportunity here. He's looked great all set long. Max Strilchuk, jump number 3. And here he is. He's in the course. This is about where he was on jump 1. And that's going to be right around, I think, maybe a little bit more than the jump before. I like the spot he was in there. Can we see a jump up into the 42 meter range? I'm not quite sure. But great jumping from him. He is going to be on the podium. He can do no worse than third place. 42.8, 42.8. Should have had a little more confidence in myself. Furthest jump of the tournament, 140 feet 5 inches. So 145 inches, 42.8. So 0.2 meters up on what he did in the preliminary round. And let's just quickly try and pull up the world ranking list here. So his 2-score average on the world ranking list, and what that means is that it's 2 scores from 2 different sites are averaged together. He has a 44.3 meter jump and a 42.7 meter jump. So 42.8 is higher than 42.7, so that will replace his backup score on the world ranking list, and it'll bump that score another 10 centimeters down the lake, which is great to see. They've got the Junior World Championships coming up, and that's really what these kids are going to be prepping for. And having this opportunity to come here to the Junior Canadian Open, just such an amazing opportunity, and it's going to give these Canadian skiers quite an advantage going into that Junior Worlds, coming fresh off of already skiing a big major pressure event, already needing to make a cut in the prelims and the finals. So I think this is just so great that these guys are getting to come out here, get that opportunity, you know, in the same summer, kind of pretty close to when they'd be competing at the Junior Worlds. So, and here we are, Enzo Christian. Enzo already took home the slalom title, so he is our 2024 U17 boys slalom champion. So great stuff from him. He's been performing all weekend long in all 3 events, just spectacular, and is in fine form, as I said, leading up to that World Championships. And such a close battle between him and his training partner, Samson Clooney. Oh, I'm hearing this is Samson. My sheet was a lie. But that's okay. So this is Samson Clooney. And I was tricked on my sheet, but they caught me quick enough that I didn't make too much of a fool of myself. I should have seen that was Samson going by. But here he is, Samson Clooney on the water. So I'm missing their second round seed scores. I think that's why I've got the order backwards here. But here he is on jump number 1. Let's see what he can do. Samson Clooney. Man, these boys from Saskatchewan really came to play today, right? Pushing it on jump number 1. That was very similar to what we saw from Max Strilchuk. Nice aggressive start. You could see probably a little bit hard start as I watched the replay here, and, you know, kind of getting pulled a little towards the corner, not able to get the lift, but he's in the course, and that's really what you want to see. You know, that tailwind may be picking up a little bit for him here, so we'll see how he adjusts with his timing as he goes. We'll kind of have a look, see what Jim Clooney has to say. Yes, this is, of course, Samson Clooney, 41.4 on jump 1, so 41.4 meters. Okay, so from looking down at what Jim said is sort of that he started a little too hard there, and he's got to kind of let his skis come around, drive it a little bit more into the base of the ramp. Didn't see much adjustment on the timing, so I think Jim was happy with his timing. I thought his timing looked pretty good. Like I said, I think he probably got on it a little bit quick. And Jim and I were laughing yesterday. It's like, it's definitely a lot easier to say be patient up here in the announcer's booth with my hoodie on than it is down with my jump skis on when you're out on the water. But Samson coming back for jump number 2. You know, we see he had a 46.3 in round 1. I don't have the results here in front of me from round number 2. Just trying to track those down. But let's see what he's got here. He's right around that same spot, so he didn't back it up. He's in the same spot. Can he drive through? I think he can.
Oh, yes.
That's a much better jump. That's a much better jump.
45.5, maybe 6.
So we might be in the 45, 46 meter range. So 42.8 is the mark to take the lead, meaning he can finish no worse than second, but he's really looking to put the pressure on our last skier, who's Enzo Christian. So Samson Clooney, eyes on that scoreboard. Great second jump. Kept his timing. 45-1. So 45-1. So that does move him into the lead position with 147, basically 148 feet, 147 feet 11 inches. So just under 148 feet. Does put him into second. First round he had a 45-4, so right around that same mark. I assume he went further than that in the second round in some of those scores that I'm missing here, because he did earn.
That's more than twice as far as I ever went.
Yeah, so Samson had that 46-3 and a 45-5 in the second round. And then looking at Enzo at a 45-4 and then a 46-7. So these guys just neck and neck. They're basically like 10th meter off of each other just about in both rounds. Here he is for jump number 3. He's got himself set up nicely here. He has a 45-meter jump on the board. He wants to put the pressure on our top-seeded skier. 3 jumps in the same spot. He's committed to his spot. Can he get more lift?
Oh, yeah.
I think he did. I think we might have added another meter. I saw a little fist pump there from him. Didn't get too much emotion out of Dad down there on the dock. It was hard to read down there. Very stoic from Coach Jim. More relief. That's more what I was seeing out there. But great jumping. So good to see Samson out here. And, seeing the improvements that he's made off last year. I was looking at his world ranking list scores and completely blown away. 45-7 on that last jump. So 45.7 meter final jump. That'll be his farthest of the set. And our top seeded skier now knows that's what he's got to chase. So 149 feet, 11 inches, so basically 150 feet for Samson there. And with his training partner and buddy Enzo Christian waiting on the dock, who now knows exactly how far he needs to go if he wants to take home the title. And that's really the fun part here. When you are that top seed, you're kind of sitting in that position. On the pro ranks, nobody really gets that position except for Ryan Dodd and Freddie Krueger. They're kind of the only two who get to enjoy the luxury of that top seed spot. But, Enzo went out. He did enough in the preliminary round. He earned the right to know how far he needs to go. He kind of knows how far and how much I need to push and where I need to go. So he's already done a great job by qualifying for the top-seeded spot, but all that gets wiped out the window. In the finals, your world ranking list score doesn't matter, your personal best doesn't matter, your preliminary score doesn't matter. It's all about getting it done on the day. He's already got one title under his belt. He won the slalom earlier today, and now he's going to be looking to take home the jump title, and he's going to have to wrestle it off of his good friend and training partner, Samson Clooney, who just went out with a sensational performance, taking the lead with a 45-7, and the Canadian team looking very, very strong coming into that World Championship tournament in Calgary in just a few weeks or maybe a month time. Just a few weeks away. And again, I'm sure for these kids, like, this has played right into their training, having this tournament these few weeks out. It's kind of just a real nice warm-up, a major tournament. You're still going to get the nerves going. And let's see what he's got here on jump number 1, Enzo Christian. He's in a good spot here. I think he's a little bit earlier than we saw from Max and Samson. So it's not going to be enough there on jump number 1, but a nice, solid jump. So managed to get himself up over the ramp, which, that's usually the goal on that first jump. Get one on the board, get a feel. We said the conditions, a little bit different. They're a little bit changing. So 43-1 on that jump, which does move him into second place. So he can do no worse than second now. He's got a silver medal. He's got his eyes now locked on that distance of Samson Clooney. He's got 2 jumps to get it done. Super close competition here at the 2024 Canadian Junior Open. It's going to come right down to the wire between these 2 young men, Enzo Christian, Samson Clooney. And this could be a preview of things to come here in the Junior Worlds. These two could be battling it out amongst the top. Both right in that kind of top 10 zone right now on the world ranking list. I think, Samson was, I think, 9th, and I think Enzo was currently 11th. Now, I think some of their scores might have shifted around this weekend, so we might see some of that actually change a little bit. But right top 10 in the world. Both of them knocking on the door of that 50-meter jump personal best. But a 43.1 on the board, a 45.7 is what he needs. He's brought it down here. He's considerably later on this jump by probably 10 feet or more. So a lot later on jump number 1, a lot more speed, and that's going to be very close. What a big adjustment he made here, folks. When I say he was a good 10 to 15 feet later, he disappeared here behind my monitor. That's the latest anybody has turned towards the ramp today. So he means business. And as I watched the replay there, he actually hit the ramp with lots of time. He still, he almost came off a little bit towards the left-hand side of the ramp. So great stuff from him. He had a truckload of speed. We're going to see what it equals with distance. It's going to be close. Let me tell you, close enough. 46.6. 46.1 of a meter shy. So it is going to come down to the wire. A 1/10 of a meter separating these guys. Oh, man, am I excited right now. One jump left. Just nothing between these two. And how much fun must it be for Jim Clooney sitting in the boat every day just watching these two push each other kind of back to back. And when your biggest rival is a guy who's at the lake, that's how you really start to ramp things up. And, all of a sudden these two, they might go from 10th to 8th to 6th to 4th together as they go up, just, using each other to piggyback off that performance and motivation. So awesome to see. And that Saskatoon Waterski Club really coming strong. Jim Clooney putting in the work. We got Carter Lucas coaching and training out there, Thomas Dagg coaching and training out there, and, just a huge stable of skiers. And here we go. We got one more jump left. Enzo Christian, 46.6. So I don't think quite enough on that last one, but Ken, looking at this distance and my ability to read, his second jump was 46.6 meters, not 45.6 meters, so it actually was enough on jump number 2. I just wanted to keep everyone excited there for jump number 3. I wanted us all on our toes, and everyone was in bated breath on that last jump. We will still wait for the distance, but it does look like 46.6 meters will mean Enzo Christian is our jump champion, taking home 2 titles here at the 2024 Canadian Open. Great skiing from him. Neck and neck battle with Samson Clooney in second with that 45.7 meter jump. And in third place will be Max Strilchuk. So amazing jumping from all of our junior U17 boys skiers. That's how the podium shaped up. And congratulations to Enzo for taking another title, for getting it done on jump number 2. That close, epic battle we just saw with his training partner. I'm so excited to see these boys tear it up at the Junior World Championships coming up in just a few weeks. Now, 2 divisions still left to go. We have our U21 women and our U17 women coming up next. So 2 events left. Then we will go directly into our awards ceremony down here beside me in the event center. But let's continue with some trivia. This question a little bit simpler than some of the other ones. What year was Shalom Park finished? So what year was the lake dug and finished in here at Shalom Park? So type it in the chat. For those of you watching along at home, we are playing for a Shoe Schwab ski and board gift card. So give me some answers. Throw some scores at me. We're going to have a small delay here. So basically I guess there's no real time limit, but let's try and get some answers in here before we start with the women. We got a small technical delay while we lower the ramp. We're going to have we got one guess. Trevsky says 1985. 1985 is the guess. That answer is not correct. Not correct. 1985. Now remember, we're looking for the year the lake was finished being dug. Oh, that's a tie. Two people simultaneously coming up with the right answer. Now I'm going to maybe disqualify one of them here. He said he couldn't compete, and then he went and gave an answer anyway. But we have two answers. The correct answer is 1986. So this lake was dug in 1986. The vision of Ken Nelson, our host, said he saw a lake down in California that was a man-made ski lake and said, hey, you know, one day I'd like to have one of those of my own. And, you know, kind of started looking for the property, found this beautiful piece of paradise here, and, you know, the rest is history and the countless, you know, I'm going to say thousands of personal bests that have been set here on this lake over the years. And, you know, as we said, 8 world records, 5 current world tournament records, including that world overall record by Joel Poland. And, you know, if we ever have one of those pro events up here again, you know, it would not surprise me one bit. Would not surprise me one bit if Joe Poland came up here and, you know, broke another world record at this facility. Because like we said with Jarrett, you know, you pair up a skier with the talent of Joel Poland and then a lake with the capabilities of Shalom Park. Really, the sky's the limit, and sometimes even past that. And that's a testament to this beautiful facility here that was completed in 1986. Jason Barton, I think I'm going to agree. I don't think Bradley Gibbons is allowed to compete in this competition, and you guys were awfully tied. So I think I'm going to go out on a limb and give it to Jason Barton. So Jason Barton, the winner of round 3 of Shalom Park Shuswap Ski and Board Trivia Extravaganza. Let's go to a commercial.
If you've been there, you know Shuswap Ski and Board is Canada's #1 water sports pro shop. They have what's needed for an amazing, fun-filled summer, and you can take it home immediately. Shuswap Ski and Board on 58th Avenue Southeast in Calgary, on Main Street in Sicamous, and online at skiandboard.ca. Remember, it's always summer at Shuswap Ski and Board.
We are back here, moving through our finals here at the 2024 Junior Canadian Open here at the beautiful Shalom Park. I am, of course, your host, Stevie Collins. Assuming you can hear me because you haven't muted me, listening to me all day long. Obviously missing my co-announcer traditionally here, Tony Palace. So a shout out to Tony. Wasn't able to make it this year. Had some commitments and he worked hard to try and get here but couldn't. So a huge shout out to him. Definitely missing his expertise up here on the mic. His silky smooth voice, and you guys getting a little bit of a break from me. But here we are. Day 3, our finals, our final 2 events of the tournament. This should be a women's U21 jump. All right, so on the water we have Dara LaChance. Dara LaChance. Just getting a little bit tipped over there on the landing. Nothing really looked too wrong with the jump. Everything looked fine. Maybe a little bit back in the air. But for the jump to be counted, the skier must land, ride the jump away out the end of the course. So that jump will be recorded as a fall from her. But 2 more jumps left, and of course in the jumping event it is the farthest of the 3 that counts. We are just looking for 1. So Dara's had a fantastic tournament so far. Personal bests all over the place. 27.6 meters in the preliminary round. I was pretty sure she was happy with her jump performance. So looking to somewhere in and around that mark that she was. So I see a jump as high as 27.2 from her. So 27.2, so a 27.6. I do believe that was her personal best. I think she got all 3 personal bests here this weekend. I definitely know she did in trick. Oh, there's controversy here in my trivia. Well, Trev Ski, I'm just going to have to bring this up with Ken Nelson. I got my answer from Ken himself. So, if in fact Trebski is correct, we could have a controversy here in the trivia extravaganza. Ooh, Jason Barton seems to be on it though. Like this discussion in the chat. Keep it going, guys. Dara LaChance on the water. Jump number 2. Fall on jump number 1. Better position there on jump number 2. She's able to ride it away. She's got 1 more jump left. 3 jumpers left on the dock. We are looking for the farthest of the set. Trevski, don't you worry. We'll be asking Ken Nelson. We'll get the official result of our trivia. But this is awesome. I'm going to keep this going. Who could it be? Jason Barton says it was a soft open in 85, official completion in 86. I got my answer from Ken. He said 86. Trebski 65 says no, 1985. Oh, I'm getting word. There's another vote for the 1985 here. This is so good. Such a controversy. I wasn't even alive, guys, so don't blame me. I know I'm old, but I'm not that old. Trebski says he was there. This is so good. Love it. Controversy in the chat. Keep it going, guys. We will get a definitive answer at some point, I'm sure, assuming Ken remembers. I will say Okay, on the water, jump number 3, Daryl LaChance from Nova Scotia. Skiing this summer at McClintock Ski School with Jason J. Mac McClintock. Oh, and getting a little bit crushed off the ramp there, kind of coming off the handle. So it's looking like jump 2 is going to be the one that counts.
8183 fall.
So it was a 28.3 meter jump there. So jump 2 was a huge PB for her, a huge PB. So one jump on the board, but it was a 28.3 meter jump. So I believe that is a new personal best for Dara and pushed all 3 of her bests down the lake. Great stuff from her.
Tower to boat, looks like we have a slow third segment time for Dara. Is she fast second, or is she doing RTB?
So we're just getting word, judges just confirming the time. Awesome, guys, and 2 more events left. This is our U21 women. We have our U17 women. Following that, we're going to go about 15 minutes. Following that, we're going to go into our awards ceremony down here at the event center, just below me in the event center. So any of the skiers, parents, anyone on site, we got about 15 minutes after the jump wraps up. We're going to come out to the award ceremony. You guys watching along at home, you will join us as well.
Fast second, 51K.
Waterski, I hear you there. I read their website too. It does say our history, 1985, Shalom Park Waterski site is the second man-made private water ski lake built in Canada. But was it finished in 85? That was the question. When was the lake finished? Controversy here. In my trivia question, we will have to pull our site owner, Ken Nelson. He's obviously going to be the deciding vote. I'm not going to do it. I wasn't here. I like both you, Trevsky and Jason Barton. I like both you guys. I wish you could both win. Maybe you can. I don't know. So the definitive answer from our owner, Ken Nelson, just came in. Finished in 86. Started digging in 85. Finished in 1986. So I love the passion in the chat here between Jason Barton and Trevsky65, but it does appear that according to the site owner, Ken Nelson himself, dug in 85, finished in 86. A tricky little question when I put when it was finished versus when it was dug. I didn't realize it was going to be so controversial, but it does seem like Jason Barton, you will be our winner. Trevsky65, hang on there. We got one more trivia question we're going to go through. But right now we've got a skier on the water, Soleil Stanger, with a 28-meter opening jump. So just behind Daryl LaChance's 28.3 with 2 more jumps left. Carly Richards is back, cheering on Soli. Welcome. Thanks for joining us once again. No, Trevsky, the lake was started to be dug in 85, but it was finished in 86. So 85 is still a correct answer for what year was the lake dug. But that was not our trivia question. Technicalities count. The question was, when was it completed? And according to Ken Nelson, it was not complete till 86. See, if I just didn't want to make it easy enough where you could just cheat and use the website. A tricky announcer. Tricky, tricky, tricky. But that was a lot of fun. These trivia questions are great. It's good to learn a little bit more about this site. I spent so much time here. It's fun doing these trivia questions and knowing that we got guys like Trevsky 65 and Jason Barton who have been here since the beginning, following along at home. But Soli Stanger, here she comes. She's got a 28-meter opening jump. Ooh, and I think that's going to be right around that same mark. Nice consistent jumping from her. We still have Megan Pelkey and Sage Potbecker still left on the dock. Following these ladies, we will have our U17 girls, and that will conclude our event here. My judges still have not given me my trick results yet, so hopefully we get our trick results here, and I can let you guys know where everyone landed there. 28.8 meter jump, 28.8 meter jump. So that does eclipse the 28.3, moves her into the lead. She can do no worse than third place. Soli Stanger. From Pennsylvania, started competing at the age of 12, now 17 years old. Is currently a ski instructor. The Peace and Love Waterski Academy, coached by Corey Vaughn, Trent Finlayson, Jimmy Seamers, and Ty Meeker. Kerr highlight third place at the Junior Masters. So already has some big tournaments, some big accolades already under her belt. And let's see what she can do here on jump number 3, 28.8 on jump 2. Well, I think that's going to be a little bit more, if not right around the same. She came into this event round 1 and 2 with a 31.1 both rounds, so 31.1 readers in both rounds. So 28.8 on jump 2. Eyes on the scoreboard. Oh, it does appear like jump 1, there was a slow time and she got a re-ride. So 28.8 was actually her first jump. That was a 29.3. That's jump number 2. She's got one more left, so a slow time on jump 1 is why she got a re-ride. That's why she's going to get one more jump, 29.3, so added a little bit to the 28.8. Stays in the lead. And when we look here, Sage, so Megan Pelkey and Sage Potbecker, 37 meters and 38.1. So those girls sent it a long way down the lake. So Soli going to be looking to put some pressure on. You know, she knows she can do no worse than third. A 6-meter deficit in round number 2 is going to be a big ask for her to make up. But she's now eclipsed, you know, kind of her closest competition there, who is Dara LaChance. So she's on the podium. She's done a great job. Now she's got one more jump here to see how far she can go. Consistent jumping in that first round of that 31-meter jump. Now again, as I look here on the ranking list, that looks like one of her better jumps for the season in the first 2 rounds. And I think that's going to be a little more. I actually think that might be just over 30 meters, maybe 35, maybe 31.1, who knows. A 31.1 would be very consistent jumping 3 rounds in a row. But she's a very consistent jumper, solid on her skis. Great, consistent, safe jumping. 30.9. So 30.9 meter last jump. I'm sure you watching at home want to know that's 101 feet, 4 inches. 101 feet, 4 inches, 30.9. That came into this tournament with a farthest on the ranking list of 31.2 and a backup of 29.2, so she's backed that up in the first round with those 31.1. So great performance from her, right in around her best scores of the season out here. She's in the lead with 2 skiers left to go. Carly, she did fly like an eagle. She flew 30.9 meters. She's in the lead. She can do no worse than third with 2 jumpers left. This next jumper coming out will be Megan Pelkey, our current junior women's champion in the overall, Masters overall champion, Canadian national overall champion. Pretty sure she won the U17 girls overall here at the 2023 Junior Canadian Open. She's now moved in the U21 division and is setting that division alight. We think she took the title in the trick competition earlier today. Okay, Megan Pelkey coming in for jump number 1. Mark to beat right now, 30.9, and a little bit late there looking on jump number 1. That tailwind really picking up for Megan. So as we've said, that wind all weekend long really has been the same. We kind of get these bands of gusts that come in and they kind of roll down the lake. And so we have moments where it's a little bit windy and then it seems to calm right down. And majority of the time, the conditions have been great. The wind has been, almost non-existent and conditions have been perfect. But, every now and again, we have these gusts kind of come up and play a little bit of havoc on the skiers who are unlucky enough to be on the water at that time. And I think a little bit that's what happened to Megan there. Just up in the event center here. Feel that wind picking up a little bit. It is a tailwind, so it is going to push these jumpers down the course, make them a little bit later than they might have been intending. Yeah, we get a good shot of those flags starting to pick up as they're waving across the lake there. So now Megan Pelkey going down, pass on jump number 1. She's got 2 jumps left. And it's a pretty close battle here. 37 meters for her, 38.1 in round number 2 from Sage Potbecker. So Sage earning that top spot, about a meter ahead. But Megan Pelkey is always a competitor. She's always in the fight. And I think I said yesterday, the way I describe her skiing is she's just clutch. She just seems to be able to figure it out when she needs to, and in big moments and big tournaments. She's done it before. So here we go. Jump number 2 for Megan Pelkey. Her first year here in the women's U21 event. Did right around the same spot. So if she passed because she was late on jump 1, she's still going to be late here on jump 2, but she takes it. So I think that is a little bit past where we saw our previous jumper. I think that will move her unofficially into the lead. Do I think it's the 37 meters from round 1? I don't. I think she's got a little bit left to go here. We're in that 34 meter range. It is exactly 34 meters. So 34 meters is 111 feet, 6 inches. So that does move her into the lead. That moves Soli Stanger into second place. Dara LaChance currently sitting in third with Sage Potbecker left on the dock. Megan Pelkey 1 jump left to put the pressure on to our top seed. And once we finish with the women U21, we'll move directly into the girls U17 division. That will conclude our skiing. We will then announce our winners for the trick, and we will move into our medals ceremony just down below in the event center. So you're playing along at home. There is still one more round of trivia. So don't you go anywhere. You're going to miss out on my trivia. And it could be the most controversial round yet. We don't know. We don't know how it's going to shake out. But we're going to see how Megan's set's about to shake out here. Jump number 3. Good pull into the bottom. A little bit of a slip off the ramp, so just losing a little bit of distance. She had the pull on that one, but not able to get the leg. So 34 will be her best of the set, I believe. We're obviously going to wait for the judges to tell us officially, because I do make mistakes every once in a while. Not that often. I am fairly flawless up here. We're going to look to that scoreboard to see, and I was wrong. Dang it. Wrong again. 34.3, so she had that extra speed. She almost got a hold of that one. If she got her legs underneath her, that would have been, that would have been the jump we were looking at into that 38-meter range to really put the pressure on Sage Potbecker. But now Sage knows what she needs to do. She earned that final spot. 34.3 meters is her target, so anything above that, and she will go home our Canadian Open Girls U21 Jump Champion. Add to the list of winners we've already crowned earlier today. We have not announced the finishing events of or finishing results for tricking yet. I know that the review periods are over, and I know that those results are official. I just don't have them. So once I have them, I'll let you know. And we'll be crowning all of our champions after the girls U17 jump. So 4 jumpers left. Sage Potbecker in U21, and then 3 girls U17 in Britta Mueller, Sophie Leahy, and Sophia Pelkey. And keep an eye on Sophia Pelkey. She's already taken home 2 championships, we think. Standing up her trick run, we think she did enough to win. We know she took the slalom title, and she's the top seed in jump. So very exciting stuff still yet to come. And we are in our final competitor in women's U21, Sage Potbecker, 38-meter qualifying jump, so almost a 4-meter buffer for her. But again, as she goes down there, that wind picking up a little bit, and you probably just see her looking at the conditions a little bit, trying to see what adjustments she needs to make for the first round to compensate for this different wind. Okay, into the course. Here she is, Sage Potbecker, senior from ULL, future nurse. All right, she's got speed on this one. Getting a little forward off of the ramp, so losing a little bit of distance, but that's going to be right around that 43-meter mark.
New mics.
So, I'm visited up here with a guy we saw out there earlier on the water, Jeremy Barton. Jeremy, how you doing?
I'm good. How are you?
I'm doing great, man. It was awesome to see you out there tricking today in the finals. I know you were pretty excited that you got a chance to make the finals. How'd everything go today?
It was okay. I've had better, but we're going to work on it for nationals and westerns.
Perfect, and just a great opportunity for you. You know, you're only 11 years old out here competing in the U17 event, and you went out, you performed your best ever score in the first round, and earned a spot to ski in the finals, man. So congratulations.
Really Thank you.
And how did the other events go?
The other events went good. Didn't make the finals on those. It's pretty tough with a lot of the other ones. So U17, there's some kids that are hitting 40 meters while I'm only hitting like 16, so it's a little like... It might be a little hard for me.
But how did you compete against yourself? Were these your best scores you've ever had?
Best scores I've ever had.
In every event?
Yeah.
Unbelievable, man. Well, it was so fun to watch you, and I'm glad you got to get that experience to go out there. And, you know, it paid off. You made that trick final. You went out and stomped it. You look great out there. I know you wanted to make that reverse toe back, obviously. But you'll get it.
Yeah.
And, yeah, big stuff for you. So right now on the water, we're watching Sage Potbecker with a 36.5 on jump 1, so she has already taken the title home. She is Unofficially, the 2024 Canadian Open Jump champion right away on jump number 1 with that 36.5. That moves her ahead of Megan Pelkey, 34.3. So deciding to pass on jump number 2. I'm sure that has something to do with the fact that she knows she's already won this competition. So Sage Potbecker, 2024 Canadian Open U21 Women's Jump Champion, will be Megan Pelkey in second and Soli Stanger in third place. So congratulations to all those girls. A huge congratulations to Sage Potbecker getting it done on jump number 1. It was a little bit of a line drive. She lost a little bit of her height, but came into the ramp with a truck ton of speed, got it done on jump 1. She's got one more jump left.
Wait, if you bail out, you still get to go again?
If you pass on a jump, you still get to go again.
Oh, awesome. Okay.
Yeah.
I thought
that's a good thing to know, Jeremy. We want to make sure you don't. Passing's important.
Yeah.
So we'll let you pass. We'll come get you again. You get 2 more.
Yeah. So if you for sure get a chance, go off the ramp 3 times?
3 times.
Yeah. Okay.
Absolutely. So yeah, even if you like to pass, if something's not right, we always give you the option. You can let go of that ramp, ski around, live to fight another day, and we'll pick you up, and you get to take your other jumps.
Yeah, gotta be safe. Don't want to be hitting that sideways of the ramp, like what happened to Graydon. He's all right, don't worry.
We did have a little bit of an incident early on with Graydon Swanson, but as you said, he's okay. Had a little bit of a spill into the side of the jump.
And he hit it pretty good after that. Had some nice jumps.
Absolutely. In fact, exceeded his score from the round before. But here we go, Sage Potbecker. She's already got the championship sewed up, but she wants one more jump, and she gets it. And a great jump. I think that's going to be the farthest of the set.
Yeah, I doubt that's going to be a nice 38 there.
I think that's pretty accurate from the young man. I was going to call out 38 meters, but you got there first, and we're going to see how accurate you are. So let's see if you have a future in the broadcast game. Jeremy Barton's prediction, 38 meters. Let's see what we got here.
Already made a bet with my dad and I won, so yeah, dead on, 38.
Oh, he called it on the nose. I'm losing my job pretty soon. That's pretty obvious. All you guys keep coming up and announcing and showing everyone how easy it is, and next thing you know, old Steve Rooney is going to be retired again. But awesome job, buddy. You nailed that one right on the nose. That was right around where she went in the first round, just 1/10 of a meter off. So awesome stuff for her. She contended with the tailwind, and how cool is it? She went out, she won on jump number 1, and she could have just gone in.
Yeah.
Right? This tournament, it's a big tournament. It's about winning the title. It's about doing what you need to do on the day. She did that on jump 1. So, sometimes you see some of our pro athletes after they win on jump 1, they go in. They call it a day. Not her. She was having fun out there. She loved, she was enjoying the conditions of the lake and knew, hey, I'm going to go take my last jump. The setup's pretty great here. The ramp's feeling good. The boat's feeling strong, and went out there. Great performance, 38 meters, and takes home the jump title.
It's always fun to get those jumps in there. It feels like you're flying, really.
What's your favorite event of the 3 events?
Probably jump.
Jump, attaboy.
I adore it. Might be some people back there saying, I don't know, that's not true, but it's my favorite.
I think you're right. I think it's my favorite as well. It's my favorite. It used to be my favorite to do. Now it's my favorite to watch. What's more exciting than a good jump event, And here we go. Look how much excitement we got going on. 3 U17 girls left. You want to tell us who's coming out?
All right, so we first got Pelkey Sophia, and then we got...
Other way.
Brittany Mueller, I think that's how you say it, and then Sophie Lahi, and then Sophie Pelkey. Sophia Pelkey.
It's pretty hard that they put Sophia and Sophie and Sophia right after each other. It's gotten me a few times, so don't feel bad there. It's gotten me a few times. So we do have Britta Mueller, Sophie Leahy, and Sophia Pelkey. And note that Sophia Pelkey looking to take her 3rd championship of the day. We don't have that official word in tricking yet, but I'm pretty confident in saying that after seeing the way that the performances all looked.
Yeah.
But right now on the water, came into the event with a 22.9 meter jump. This is Britta Mueller.
All right, I'm probably going to sign off here. Thanks, Stevie. Thanks for letting me up here all this time, and thank you, volunteers, for all this amazing volunteering.
Awesome, buddy, and thank you for your help up here, and thank you for your great skiing. Keep it up. We'll see you at Nationals, bud.
Yeah, see ya. Thank you.
Okay, coming in, we have Britta Mueller. Qualified with that 22.9 meter jump. Ooh, right on the corner on jump number 1. A little out of position off the ramp, but still really good stuff. And when I look here, world ranking list average was 18.7 meters. So 22.9 meters, that's like a 5 meter PB. My math isn't that good, but somewhere in there, right? 19, 20, 21, 22.9. Just shy of 3 meters is actually not even close to 5, but just shy of 3 meters added to her personal best in the first round in the prelims. So you can tell she's been working hard all summer long. She's pushing those personal bests farther and farther. On a wait to get a distance there on jump number 1. But she can do no worse than bronze. Third place, 22.6 meters on jump 1. Looking down to Dad down there, giving her some advice. Dad, I think she's got a few meters left in the tank if she settles that one down. That was a good start. So right off the bat, like I said, prior to this tournament, you know, looking at her scores more in the 18-meter range, 18.8 and 18.5. Actually looks like those were her only 2 record-capable tournaments so far this year. So she's going to bump that average way up here. With 2 more jumps to go to improve, she's already, you know, a few tenths off her personal best. And there we go. I can almost guarantee you that's a new personal best. That's going to be 23 or 24 meters. I'm not quite as good at, you know, quite as dialed in as young Jeremy Barton, who called out that jump perfectly to the 10th of a meter. .22.7, so I got a little ahead of myself there. That was a 22.7, so 22.7 meters, so a 10th of a meter further. I thought that was a further jump. I think our judges might have clicked on the wrong spot. I don't know. It's late in the day. I think we should go with my score. What do you think? Think Peter will sign off on that? I don't. So 22.6 on jump 1, 22.7 on jump 2, 1 jump left, 22.9 is her personal best. Let's see if she can add a little bit of distance to that here. Skier behind her, Sophie Leahy, qualified with a 27.6 meter jump. And Sophia Pelkey, our top-seeded skier, with a 31.7 meter jump. First jump over 100 feet for her. But here we go. Britta Mueller, jump 3, her last round here at the 2024 Junior Canadian Open. Let's see what she's got. Good solid cut into the bottom. I like it. It's looking good. I'm going to save myself embarrassment and not call this one, since I was so far off in the last one. I think Jeremy Barton stole my mojo up here. But 22.7 was jump 2. Waiting on distance for jump 3. 23.2, so 23.2 meter jump. 23.2 meter jump, that's 76 feet. 76 feet. Fun fact for Britta Mueller, that is exactly how far I jumped this year in my competition. And I did a single weight cut at 51K, so great jumping. It's very hard to go that far. So 76 feet, 32.2, 2 jumpers left, Sophie Leahy and Sophia Pelkey. And anyone watching along on the webcast, we do have one more trivia question. So stay tuned. You don't want to miss out.
Sophie Leahy coming in
Last one was very entertaining. We got a little bit of entertainment with a little bit of back and forth, a little controversy on the answer. We had some back and forths. I heard conflicting data. And finally we landed on the lake was complete in 1986. And someone who certainly wasn't born in 1986, Sophie Leahy on the water here in girls U17. Okay, so from Quebec, Sophie Leahy on the water here in the final round of the 2024 Junior Canadian Open. At 27-6 in the first round. Which, looking at her two-score ranking list, a 25-2 and a 24-6, so a huge improvement for her already in the preliminary round. Let's see if she can build on that here. A nice start, good kick off the top, great opening jump for young Sophie Leahy, who was pushing that personal best several meters down the lake. So she's now going to have a 25-2, and she's going to average that with at least that 27-6 from the preliminary round. And she's going to look to add more to that here. And just a few meters behind the young Sofia Pelkey, she's going to look to put the pressure on her and make her work. She wants to win all three events here. So great first jump for the young lady from Quebec. Just waiting on the judges for a distance. 27-4. So 27-4, so just 0.2 off of her new personal best that she achieved here in the earlier round. What a great start. That's going to give her nice confidence for the rest of this set. And let's see if she can push it a little bit further and put that pressure on the young Sofia Pelkey, the 12-year-old phenom who's already taken home 2 titles here. Obviously, if she wins the jump event, that's going to pretty solidly wrap up the overall as well. So she'd be going home with 4 championships at just 12 years old in the under 17 division. But right now, looking to put the pressure on is Sophie Leahy. 27-4 in jump number 1. 2 jumps left to push that as far as she can. Can she get near to that 30-meter mark? Good, maybe a little bit more on that jump, a little bit of an upper body crush. She's got her chest down just that hair into the ramp, so not getting the full extension out of the ramp, but lots of speed. So we watch the replay here. You can just see her getting a little bit compressed on the ramp there. You can see her knees coming up a little bit into her chest. But obviously, she's been working super hard all summer long to be able to push these jumps this much farther down the lake. And thinking about a 3, plus meter personal best is just something that, once you're my age, you aren't possible. That's just never going to happen ever again. And the joys of being young and, the joys of just being able to ski as much as these kids do and dedicating full-time, pretty much as a full-time job, competing in all 3 events. And Sophie's obviously put, tons of hours in. And it's paying off out here. She's getting to showcase her skills, show us all that hard work that's paid off. I believe she'd be one of our skiers who will be competing for Canada at the Junior World Championships. I couldn't find that named team online. That's more just my internet research skills are not that good. But I believe, based on her scores, Sophie would be in the hunt. But here she is on jump number 3, 26 meters on jump 2, so 27-4 is the farthest of the set. We saw that she got a little bit crushed on the ramp on that second jump. Let's see if she can get it better on this one, and she does. So I think that's going to be right around that 27-meter mark. Can she get over 28? Time will tell. We'll get that distance, and that will tell us exactly how far Sophia Pelkey needs to go. .28.5, 28.5 meters, so pushes that personal best way down the lake. Holy smokes, 93 feet 6 inches, so right on the door. She's pushing that 100-foot envelope, I think, through the course of the summer. That's going to be a goal for her to get herself up over 100 feet. And, yeah, wow, such improvement from a 28.5. And, again, going to her ranking list score, an average of 24.9. So over a 3-meter increase is just massive and good for her. I hope she has a big smile on her face. She's had a great round here, all 3 events, and concluding there with a personal best in the jump. Not much more you can ask for. And, you know, when we look, Sophia Pelkey, 30.2 meters in round 1, 31.7 in round 2. That 31.7 was her first jump over 100 feet. So I think, did she get thrown in the lake in her clothes yet? Has that happened? You haven't got her yet, Megan? Okay, I'm trusting you. Megan Pelkey promised she'd get her, even if she had to sacrifice her own self and just jump in the lake with her. But on the water, the young 12-year-old phenom, Sophia Pelkey. So that she knows as she went by that scoreboard, that is the gold medal distance, 28.5 meters. This is already a successful tournament for her. You know, she's already won the slalom. She's already won the trick. She had that personal best in the jump event. I think she had several other personal bests, maybe 3. I don't know. But I think she got all 3. I think that's what I remember. But a sensational tournament for her nonetheless. But this is the fun part of a prelim and a final. That's all out the window. None of that matters now. That preliminary score, all that did was give her the chance to ski last, but she doesn't get any points from it. She's starting from scratch here, and she has to get it done on the day. So far, she's been pretty clutch here in the finals. Let's see what she's got. Digging in, kicking up. Is it enough on jump number 1? I'm not sure. It's going to be pretty close. I'm going to say right around that 28-meter mark. But I don't know if it's enough on jump 1. We're going to have to watch that scoreboard with bated breath. She's got 3 jumps to get it done. 28.5, the distance to beat. You bet she's a phenom, Aunt Nancy. She's 12 years old, dominating the under-17 category. What else would you call it? She's sensational. But I don't have a distance on that jump. 26.5 meters, so 26.5, so she has not done enough to take the lead on jump 1. She has moved into second, so she can do no worse than second place here. But this young lady's going to want to take the title. She's got the potential. That 31.6 meter jump, or sorry, 31.7 meter jump in the first round. Now she's later on this jump, which is going to mean she's going to have more speed. Gets the kick, so a lot more lift on that jump. But did she have the speed? That's going to be very, very close. And, you know, young Sophie Leahy has to be very proud of that performance. She's gone out there and put a score, and she's going to make Sophia chase her. Said, you know, you've had a pretty good tournament, kid, but I'm not going to make it easy on you, and she's not. So 26.5 again on jump number 2. So I just saw that the chief judge just asked the towboat to set her down on the far end here. Now on my computer screen, I'm showing that second jump as 26.5, but with the boat the judges asking the boat to settle down, I think that might not be the correct distance. I think they might be going back to watch the review. Either something happened on the initial measurement, but it does seem like that jump's going to be re-measured, so stay tuned. I'm not sure about that 26.5 meter jump on jump 2, so just give us a few moments here while the judges corroborate. We got to give them a break. It's been a long weekend. This is our last skier of the day. So it's so much fun. We've just had such a blast. I'm so happy to have been back here at Shalom Park 2024 Junior Canadian Open. Multiple personal bests. I know during the award ceremony when we get all the kids down here, we're going to try and calculate how many exactly, but it's definitely more than I can count on one hand. And, great performances, great camaraderie, great fun, great weather. It's just one of the best events always of the year. Anyone watching along at home, any kids who didn't come out this year, make sure this is an event you're trying to get into. It is a blast. It really is the best, and one of the all-time best water ski sites in the world. We now know completed in 1986. So it looks like there was an issue with the jump measurement system on jump number 2, so we did not get a distance on jump number 2. So no distance on jump 2, which will mean she'll come back for a re-ride on jump 2 and have 2 more attempts at the ramp. So I think a bit of a lucky break there, actually, for young Sophia. She's now going to get 2 more attempts at the ramp, and actually with that little bit of a delay, the little bit of a tailwind that was out there has really dropped right down. And when I look down the far end of the lake as the boat comes into the course here, almost no wind to speak of on her setup and no wind to speak of at all in the air. So she's got a great opportunity here. A little bit of a technical delay playing in her favor. 28.5 is the target. 2 more jumps. Digging in hard. Oh, and that was a big jump, guys. That was a big jump. It's going to be right around that 29 meter mark. Believe that orange buoy out there is right at 100 feet by the looks of things. Eyes on the scoreboard for jump number 2. So I'm not really sure what's going on down below right now, but we did not get a distance from our judges. So technically in the rules, if Megan wants and her coaches are out there, she is entitled to know her distance prior to starting this jump. So that is a requirement in the rules. We have no distance yet. But there we go, a huge jump for her on jump number 3. If that's enough, that'll be it. Oh, and a distance just came up for jump number 2. It is 28.6 meters, so that is enough by 0.1 of a meter. So Sophia Pelkey takes the title on her second jump. Sorry I didn't get that distance here earlier. Not sure what was going on, but 28.6 for Sophia Pelkey. She is our champion. 28.6. On jump 2, so 3 championships for that young lady. What a performance for her. 12 years old. Absolutely love to see it. And that will conclude our skiing here at the 2022 Canadian Open. We're going to take about 2024 Canadian Open. We're going to take just a small 15-minute recess here while we get set up just down in the event center beside me. We will announce our winners in the trick event, and we will be giving out all of our medals for slalom, trick, and jump. So stay tuned in just a little bit. And I'll see you guys down beside the event center.
If you've been there, you know Shuswap Ski and Board is Canada's #1 water sports pro shop. They have what's needed for an amazing, fun-filled summer, and you can take it home immediately. Shuswap Ski and Board on 58th Avenue Southeast in Calgary, on Main Street in Sicamous, and online at skiandboard.ca. Remember, it's always summer at Shuswap Ski and Board.
Okay. So we are mic check. I got to talk to both the crowd and the webcast. So. Okay. I'll just yell for a second. So we're just on a. My mic's not working. I don't need it, but they want me to use it. I'm very loud. Oh, 1, 2.
Somebody came up and moved a cable from the DJ system.
Okay.
And we're moving a speaker or moving something. Since then, we've had nothing out here. So we don't know who did it or what they did.
Has moved something on the PA system?
Yeah.
What would have gone? Well, I can go up there. So we're going to give this an attempt here. It was not coming out of the speakers, and unfortunately everyone here needs to hear me because they need to know to come. So, oh, he had something turned down. Oh, I'm back. I'm good. We can hear me. You can keep it quiet. I'm very loud. Don't need help. Okay, I'm going to keep walking till I don't squeak. All right, I'm announcing from over here. Okay, we're going to start off with girls U17 slalom. So girls U17 slalom in third place, Sarah Pelkey. In second place, Sophie Leahy. And your 2024 Canadian Junior Open Slalom champion is Sophia Pelkey. I've heard this. For anyone watching online, that is sparkling cider, just so we're clear. Okay, we're going to move on to our boys U17. In third place, Louis Clier, or Louis from Quebec. In second place, Easton Graves. And your 2024 Junior Canadian Open Boys U17 Slalom champion, Enzo Christian. In under 21 women's slalom, in third place, Dance. Are the girls here? Girls? Is Sage Potbecker here? And Elena Jones? So just no dare. Okay, we'll continue then. So in second place, Sage Potbecker. And your 2024 Canadian Junior Open champion, women's under 21, Elena Jones. Moving on to our men's under 21 slalom. In third place, Ty Meeker. In second place, Evan Kraus. And your 2024 Junior Canadian Open Under 21 men's slalom champion is James Bryans. I think Ty should get extra points for that.
Nice try, though.
Put my socks on.
I'll put my sock on my head.
So those are our slalom medalists. Moving on to the trick event. So I haven't announced these yet or the scores. So I'll be announcing both the skier and the score. So in the girls under 17 trick event, in third place, Britta Mueller, 1,010 points. In second place with a score of 2,070 points, Sophie Leahy. And the 2024 Junior Canadian Open Girls U17 Trick Champion with a score of 3,680 points, Sophia Pelkey. Moving on, boys U17 trick in third place with a score of 1,950 points. Lyndon Panett. In second place with a score of 2,370 points, Easton Graves. And with a score of 2,830 points, your Junior Canadian Open Under 17 Boys Trick Champion, Louis Couret. That was close. Also known as Louis from Quebec. And we're moving on now to the under 21 women's results. In third place with a score of 2,550 points, Elena Jones. In second place with a score 2,620 points, Dara LaChance. And with a final round score of 5,990 points, your women's under 21 Junior Canadian Open Trick Champion, Megan Pelkey.
Get out of there, Sean.
And moving on to our under 21 men's trick with a score. Wow, guys, this all came down to just a couple hundred points. But in third place, 6,350 points was Evan Kraus. And in second place by a margin of just 10 trick points with a score of 6,360 points, Jacob Chambers. And with a score of 6,640 points, your under 21 men trick champion, Junior Canadian Open trick champion, Lucas Panett. And we'll move on to the jump event. Girls U17. In third, Britta Mueller. In second place, Sophie Leahy. And your 2024 Junior Canadian Open Girls Under 17 Jump champion, is Sophia Pelkey. No sword fighting with the bottle. Okay, moving on to the boys under 17 jump. In third place, Max Strilchuk. In second place, we had Samson Clooney. And your Junior Canadian Open 2024 Boys Under 17 Jump Champion, Enzo Christian. Okay, moving on to the women's under 21 division. In third place, Soli Stanger. In second place, Megan Pelkey. And your 2024 Junior Canadian Open Under 21 Women's Champion is Sadie Potbecker. In the under 21 men's jump, in third place, James Bryans. In second place, Chase Sparks. And your 2024 Junior Canadian Open Men's Under 21 Jump Champion is Lucas Panette. Okay, moving through, we move on to the overall. So my favorite of the events, the overall in girls U17, third place, Britta Mueller. Crowd, it's the overall. We cheer the loudest for this one. Come on now. In second place, Sophie Leahy. And your 2024 Junior Canadian Open overall champion, girls U17, Sophia Pelkey. This is the price of winning, Sophia. In the boys under 17 overall, in third place was Max Strelchuk. In second place was Lyndon Panette. And your 2024 Junior Canadian Open Boys U17 overall champion, Louis from Quebec. Moving on to the women's under 21 overall competition, in third place, Dara LaChance. In second place, Sage Potbecker. And your 2024 Junior Canadian Open overall champion, women's under 21, is Megan Pelkey.
There was a little uncertainty about the money in the gold bags last year, so make sure everybody knows that's $100 Canadian bill. It's not plastic Monopoly money.
Won our host. For anyone who won there and you got that little envelope, a little sack of money, to any of you from south of the border, that is not Monopoly money. It is real Canadian tender. $100 for each of our athletes, so make sure anyone who won, take a little gander into that bag and got yourself $78 American. It could be 76. I haven't checked the exchange today. And our men's under 21 overall in third place was Chase Sparks. In second place, James Bryans. And the 2024 Junior Canadian Open Men's Under 21 overall champion, Lucas Panette. Okay, that does conclude the medal ceremony. I want to do one thing. I hope I don't squeak. I'm going to run out. If I start squeaking, I'll run back. But I did want to see, guys, you can put up one or two hands if you got three personal bests. I don't get someone else to put up a hand, but can we put up a hand if you got at least one, two personal bests, two hands? Get a friend to put up one. I got to count some hands. Keep them up till I count. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. We're definitely missing people. 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 3, 13, 14, 15, 17. I think I got up to 18 different personal bests here, and I think we missed a few because there was some three-handers up there. But unbelievable stuff, guys. Great skiing to all of you. You know, all the hard work. So it's all about the skiers. So I'm going to be the first person that I want to thank is the skiers. Thank you guys for skiing. That's the only reason we're here is for skiing for us. A round of applause for all the skiers. Good, and along with the skiers, it kind of takes an army here. We had an army of volunteers up in the tournament center driving boats, doing all sorts of things. So we're going to give a round of applause to all of our officials and volunteers. Big thank you to those guys. Very thankless job. We don't really even feed them over the weekend, so thank you to all of them. And then a really sincere thank you to our host, to Ken Nelson, to Donna Nelson, Chuck and Christy Krause for opening up this amazing facility to us. Guys, this is their home. They could choose to just keep this paradise to themselves, but instead they kind of selflessly give this place, donate it to the sport, and set up a facility here where we saw in excess of 18 personal bests. So thank you guys so much for all that you do. And for any of the kids who don't know, that's Ken Nelson. Make sure you thank him so that we keep coming back and we can keep having some awesome scores. But I'm going to stop talking because I talked a lot over 3 days. But thank you guys so much, and I look forward to being back next year, hopefully.